Namaskar everyone and welcome to day 22 of this 24 days Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. The theme for today's session is goal number 17, which is the last of the 17 UN SDGs. The name of the goal is Partnership for the Goals. So it means after setting up all the 16 goals, United Nations has invited people and organizations to partner with them on the goals, which is a very wisely made decision. Now, when we analyzed these 17 goals, we found that one goal is missing, which will make all other 17 goals difficult to achieve if we do not fix that root cause. And this goal is goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders. United Nations, being the Vishwa Samrat or the leader of the world organization, is missing a very important piece that's advices, consultations, and mentoring from self-realized mentors. This is where we have set up Defined Values Consultants as the Vishwa Guru organization, who will integrate gurus from all religious, political, economic, and spiritual backgrounds to come together on a platform and guide United Nations towards the golden age. And we will do that by creating an energy field from start to end, and with special focus on both the ends, goal number 0 and goal number 17. So we will partner with them. We are ready to partner. All those who are listening this, seeing this video on YouTube, if you belong to United Nations in any ways, then just approach us and we will set up a collaboration with you based on your own 17th goal. So today we have invited 4 speakers to give us more insights about partnership for the goals, so that all organizations of the world, all countries of the world can come together and work on all the SDGs. Now, let me just quickly set the context. The agenda of today's sessions. Goal 17, Partnership for the Goals. We'll start with Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation on these goals only. Then we'll have a session by Ms. Prachi Sote Jagtap, followed by a session from Mr. Pradeep Malhotra. Third session would be from Mr. Bharat Bhushan Tiwari, and the final session by Mr. Ashok Arora, followed by a panel discussion wherein all the audience and panelists and organizing team can ask questions from the panelists, the speakers of the day. And then we'll close with a vote of thanks and gist of what we will cover in next 2 days, which are the final days of this 24 days event. So let us do a quick meditation, a 5 minutes meditation on Project YugParivartan Synergy creation. So be in a comfortable posture, neck and spine straight. Gently close your eyes. Observe your body from top to the bottom. Each cell, observe each cell and see how they are collaborating, partnering with each other to create various tissues. These cells are forming plasma, blood, fat, muscles, bones, bone marrow, arteries, veins, lymphs. All of these are just combination or partnership of cells. Now observe how these tissues are combining or partnering with other tissues to form various organs: heart, liver, kidney, pancreas, lungs, all the organs on the face, head, limbs. All of these are nothing but partnerships between tissues. Partnership between tissues is known as organs. Now let us see how these various organs are partnering with each other. Each of them doing their own job. Eyes are seeing, ears are hearing, heart is pumping the blood into the body. Lungs are doing their own duty of inhaling, exhaling the air. Pancreas ready to digest the food. Liver doing the filtering of toxins. All of them are doing the duty assigned to them. But they are not working in silos. They are partnering with every other organ of our body. So as to prove that sum of the parts is greater than the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. When these organs work individually without considering other organs as important, neither they will be able to achieve anything, nor other organs will be able to achieve. Now see the various organ systems collaborating and partnering with each other even if they are focused towards their own assigned duty. The earth element within us is taking care of the excretory system. The water element is focused on reproductive system. The fire element has assumed the duty of digestive system. The air element is utilizing its nature to circulate the nutrients to all parts of the body by managing the circulatory system. The space element is maintaining the respiratory system within the human body. By sucking the air from outside and pushing back the carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. The light element within us is taking care of the nervous system. Wherever there is a need to fire neurons, it is activating the chain of neurons, which we call as nerves, to pass on the electrical signals from the central nervous system to the peripheral nervous system, and from the peripheral nervous system to the central nervous system. Now observe the source of light, the projector within, which is projecting this entire world from within us to outside and getting back the reflections from the outside world to the inside world. It is doing that by changing our hormonal configuration, by operating it through endocrine system. All these 7 systems are working in tandem, partnering with each other to operate this entire microcosm. Now extend this partnership to the people around us who are biologically related with us. Sons, daughters, parents, siblings, spouse, all are partnering with each other. Extend it further. All other microcosms who are called as relatives, friends, colleagues, acquaintance who are somewhere related with us directly are also participating in our life. They are partnering with us for various transactions, short term or long term. They are also contributing in making us feel complete. Now extend this partnership further. Extend it to the neighborhood. Extend it to the colony. All constituents of your colony are partnering with each other. Extend it further. Your entire city, collaborating in a common energy field. Your entire state or province, giving you a belongingness of being part of that state or province. All are partnering for the common goals of the states. Extend it further. See the nationalism within you, your identity, your recognition, your documentation of being the citizen of a country. Here also, all citizens are partnering to create a country towards the common goals. The goal of keeping it highly organized, nourished, resourceful, with zero hunger, zero poverty, gender equality, here also the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Now extend your existence further. You are not only the citizen of this country, but you are also a citizen of this planet. In fact, being a citizen of this planet is your higher identity than being the citizen of this country. It is the laws made by human beings which have made you the citizen of this country. But it is the nature's law, the laws of this planet, which has made you the citizen of this planet. So all these borders, bifurcation of countries, division between human beings is all artificial. From the natural laws perspective, there is no division. There can be a variance, but it will still remain an undivided planet. Even if the continents seem to be separated, if you watch closely, they are connected through water. The water is one of your elements. Is the water within you not partnering with the earth within you? Are they separately defining you, or they are part of the whole? So all these artificial divisions have to be overcome by partnering on all those goals which will make this planet an undivided country, undivided community, and make it one country, one family, one workplace, and one philosophy, one vision. एक जन्म भूमि, एक कर्म भूमि, एक फल भूमि और एक धर्म भूमि. Now extend the definition of your existence one step higher. Your existence in a country is governed by a country's laws made by the human beings. Your existence on the planet Earth is governed by the natural laws applicable to planet Earth. But your existence in the universe is governed by the eternal principles. If you see it from universal point of view, all the planets, celestial bodies, solar systems, galaxies, all are part of one whole universe. And they are partnering with each other. All of them are governed by eternal principles. And so you are. Visualize these eternal principles for a few more seconds. Now come back to your planet Earth. And be ready to partner with everyone else to achieve the common goals of this planet. No poverty, zero hunger, see that nobody is hungry on the planet, nobody is poor. Everyone is having good health and well-being. Everyone is getting quality education. All genders are equally treated. Everyone is getting clean water and sanitation facilities. The lifeline of everything, the energy, is affordable to everyone and is environment friendly, clean energy. Everyone is meaningfully employed and getting decent work, and everyone's economic growth is ensured. The required industries are flourishing, neither less nor more than required. Continuous innovation is happening, and we have a robust infrastructure catering to all human needs. Due to the ineffectiveness of leadership decisions, a lot of inequalities have cropped up across the planet over a period of time. Your existence on this planet must reduce all these inequalities. All cities and all communities are sustainable and coexisting. All citizens are responsibly consuming the resources, and accordingly, a responsible production is happening. Everyone is aware of the climate, the drastic climate change, and is doing their bit to reduce global warming. All the species living underwater are well taken care of, and human activities are not harming them. All the species who are living on land are in harmony with each other. Harm has become history. Harmony has become present. There is a peace all around. Justice delayed is justice denied has become thing of the past. And there exist strong and wise institutions for all parameters of human life success. And all this is happening because you have decided to partner with everyone else on these common goals. The world is waiting for your decision. You are the Masiha in the making. You are that messenger of God, prophet, avatar that the world is waiting for. Now bring your focus towards your breathing. Take 3-4 long, deep, calm, rhythmic breathing cycles. Bring your focus to your body. From top to the bottom, the partnerships between the cells, tissues, organs, organ systems is the only way through which you can partner with everyone else. The configuration change is required within before we attempt to do any change outside. Because outside world is just the manifestation of inside world. Now bring your focus to your palms. Rub them together. Gently massage your eyes. Then the face. Then the whole body. Move your body a bit. Come back to the normal consciousness. And with 4 or 5 blinks, open your eyes. And set yourself to learn partnering with all others. With this, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Arvind Tiwari, to invite our first speaker of the day to the dais.
Grateful to all for today's Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021, which started in July. It is the 4th round of this last leg of the summit. It is the last leg. And so far, we have been, after starting our journey, we have been on this way when many must have felt that how this journey will be covered, and just see that we have come to what a beautiful end of the journey. And today we are going to discuss the 17th goal. That is the last goal as per United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. And we are starting the day with our 70th speaker, Ms. Prachi Sodhata. And what better start can it be? Just imagine, Ms. Prachi Sote Jagtap is a lighting designer, technologist, researcher, global leader, and the CEO of Skylark Global Group, which is a leading home automation company. She is also founder and director of Sky Zeal Technologies Private Limited, which is working on electronic vehicle manufacturing and smart automation industries. An award-winning entrepreneur, lighting designer, international educator, translator winner. She has established herself as one of the foremost experts on the digital economy and how the fourth industrial revolution is transforming the global workforce, empowering technocrats and accelerating government reform across the globe. She is an experienced system integrator with building electrical architect with a demonstrated history of working in the special and electronic manufacturing industry. A professional with more than a decade of qualitative experience in lighting, design, application, home, and building automation, project execution, and training. She is the founder and principal CEO of the multifaceted lighting design and automation firm Skylark Automation. Her strengths include the strategy, branding, advanced business development, and Google certified software expert. She holds a master's degree in technology with KNX certified system integration from the University of Pune and a specializing master's in lighting design and LED technology worldwide. Her passion for lighting design ignited when she attended a seminar about illuminating engineering at the University of Pune in 2006. Since then, she has devoted herself to lighting and automation. She has a passion for the architecture field, which has led her to the specializing in lighting design at ISLE and ISA. With a great applause, we welcome you.
Welcome, Prachi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Want me to run?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for wonderful start, sir. And this is a great platform. I will definitely leverage this platform. Rather, I will tell each and every person on this planet, on this earth, please leverage this type of platform where you are getting lots of opportunities. See, the world is home. So I really like this concept. So can we please introduce, sir, our exact slide?
Yeah, it is displayed now. You may let me know whenever you want me to press the next button.
Yes, yes, yes. So first of all, today's topic is so much interesting. We are talking about UN SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goal. What is the meaning of goal? Goal is a target. So goal cannot be achieved with a single person mindset or with a single person head. So goal is what we need to come together, work together, grow together, and hit together. That is the main meaning of goal. Sustainable Development Goal. So there are 17 goals decided by UN. So we need to focus what type of goals and how we can collaborate, how we can do these things. Because alone I can do anything. Unity is the best policy where we can crack this deal, where we can crack this goal. So first and very important goal is zero hunger. Why zero hunger? We have seen lots of in pandemic. Everybody was facing problem. But why? Because the thing is that we were not together. But if we talk about togetherness, what is the togetherness? What is unity? For that, all will come together and we need to think about it. We need to create long-term thinkers. So first start from yourself. How we can start? We will elaborate one by one. So there are 17 goals and one of the most important goal is the 17 goal. Because without unity, you can't do anything. So can you please present second slide, sir? Yeah. So I will explain you significant achievement have been made, but many people are being left behind. We are doing lots of things together. We are doing lots of things, advancement of technology, advancement of all these things. But we are getting that much result, but we are not up to the mark. So gender inequality persists, big gaps between different things like the poorest and the richest. There is a lots of gap between poor areas and rich areas. So we need to think, we need to elaborate all these things, come together, think. We need to add some political parties, it doesn't matter. But we need to think this world as a politics. So if we think in terms of that, we can make wonders. Now, the poorest and richest household, rural and urban areas, we need to find out which areas are backward, which areas are forward. We need to come together and do partnership with all these things. Climate change and environmental degradation, there are lots of things where we need to work on. We need to elaborate all these points in a single app, like undermine any progress achieved. Poor people, they are suffering a lot. Why they are suffering? We need to find out this solution. And if we are talking about partnership within goal, and if you want to collaborate with all these things, all countries come together. They need to think which are the poor country, which are the developing country, which are the developed country. We need to categorize all this country map. We need to create one roadmap. And apart from the roadmap, we need to categorize how we can add some substitute, how we can add good points to developing country or developed country. We need to add some trade shows. And conflict remains the biggest threat to human development. Millions of people are facing problems. In pandemic, we have seen lots of things like poor people are not getting, and rich people are having some foods or something. So they are coming together. They are developing. They are giving some your help. They are providing some things. But if we add all these things in a single app, then we need to strategize. We need to categorize all these things. So millions of people still live in a poverty and hunger without access to basic services. That COVID pandemic is the best example. We have got lots of learning things in COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. Now, the success of the SDG agenda. So we need to work on these agendas. How it is argues that global action, what will be the impact of global action? How world can come together, how we can categorize, how we can add our points. So after these things, the world has the opportunity to build on the successes. We can be successful if we think world is mine, world is my, sare vishwachi माझे घर. In Marathi we can say. So what is the meaning of that? This world is entire house of yourself. So it doesn't matter you are from India, you are from other country, it doesn't matter. Whole world is yours. So if we think about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal, we need to think about 17 goals. Why? Because without partnership, without collaboration, you can't do anything. So this goal is very much important. For that, how we can do, how we can collaborate with the international organization. Why I'm thinking like I want to be a global leader? Because if I think I want to be my country leader, then it will be my limited area. But if I think about global leadership, then that will be impactful for whole world. That is the main basic funda where you can create wonders. We can make wonders. As the humans are, we are all are human beings. So as the human race, we seek a sustainable future. That is the main requirement of this earth. Next slide, please. So what is global goal SDG 7? Partnership for the global goals. The global goals can only be achieved if each and every person on this earth, on this planet will think about global leadership. No one will think about that country or specific region or religion. It doesn't matter. Whatever religion you have, it's okay. But you have to work on a country. No, you have to work as a world. So the global goals can only be achieved if you think about unity, international investment. We need this international investment. Come together, do something, do partnership. If you have money, you have to spread the word, spread happiness, spread success. But how? With the help of this 17 goal, SDG 17, partnership for the right candidate, right attitude, and right people. Where you are thinking this is a needy people, you have to come together without any liberation, without any thought. You have to come, you have to sit, we have to strategize, we have to execute. That's it. Now, how we can do it? With the help of different trade shows, international trade shows, market access. We need to think about market also. Then especially for developing countries. So we need to think about developing country. Like if developed country has some power, they should think about developing country or underdeveloped country. Now, to build a better
Prachi's voice is stuck. Prachi, can you hear me? Okay, Deveji, please try to call her and ask her to connect back. Deveji, have you noted?
Yeah.
Yeah, please talk to her.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, you
Hello?
are audible.
Sorry.
Yes, you are audible.
That is so new focus. How we can focus on all these things? New focus on the concept of sustainable development. We need to think together. Need to consider the relationship with nature and society, economical and economic dimension. Because if I'm just thinking, but I don't have money, I don't have economic power, how I can empower others? So first we need to think about zero hunger, zero poverty, how we can make. That's why we need to create something. We need to build an economic system where we can categorize, we can think some industrialists also think about some organization, think about NGOs, how we can cooperate to that particular NGO. Suppose some NGO is working on women poverty or women economic development. Some NGOs are working on all over development. We need to categorize which NGO is working on what type of SDGs. So we need to cooperate and collaborate like that. We have a trade show. Then we need to think about trade organization, how we can empower, how we can create this kind of foreign investment in India or in any country, not in India, each and every country. So we need to think about all these countries. Then we can create sustainable development goal, and that will be powerful. So social, economic and economic dimensions are very much important. Next slide, please. Now scoping the goal, because without scoping of this goal, involve all the member states of the UN, cooperation with the major NGOs and civic society, because we all are the part of this society. So come together, decide something, execute and implement. Open forums and digital consultation around the world. Search about forums, which forum is working on which SDG. We need to collaborate with the help of that kind of SDGs. So that will be the best impact for this entire world. Now we need to work on survey also, because survey is very much important. Suppose I don't have any data of this specific country or specific region, specific area, I can't work on that strategy. So that cooperative data, or you can say exact data, that will help you for the build or enhancement of this all these things. Now collaborative wish for the world, how we can collaborate. For the collaboration, exact collaboration, we need to know about that particular organization. So database management and collaboration partnership is very much important for this specific goal. Now around 5 million people involved in this process. There are lots of people, but we need to categorize right people, right institute and right organization to help millions of people. Next slide, please. Now this is a exact idea about transforming our world. Next, please. Now, sustainable development goal. Which are the P's important? 5 P's are very much important. Like people. Without people, how we can help? People, the well-being of these people. Then planet. Sir has already told us about planet. I was thinking, I'm so much happy now because I'm on this planet. This is great. So planet protection is very much important. Hello, am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay. So planet protection is very much important. Then prosperity. How I can prosper others. Peace, partnership, improving international cooperation. These 5 aspects are very much important where you can. Therefore, the SDGs demand integrated thinking as well as the integrated approach to achieving the goal. The basic part is that you need to create long-term thinkers. This is the best way where you can partnership with n number of people. Next slide, please. Now the focus on people. How we can focus on particular area, particular people. End poverty in all these forms everywhere. End hunger. nutrition, health-being, well-being. Then ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, because without education you can't do wonders, you can't make wonders. Education is the base of each and everything, because in Marathi we can say शिक्षण हे वाघिणीचं दूध आहे, ते पिल्याशिवाय गुरगुरल्याशिवाय कोणी राहत नाही. It means what? Education is very much important. So we need to educate each and every person of this planet. Now, achieve gender equality. Each and every gender is very much important, because they are the part of this planet. So achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, each and every gender. It's not about only women, it's not about only girl, it's about each and every gender. We need to empower each and every gender. Next, please. Now, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and all these sanitizations all. How we can do that? Promote sustainable goals. Promote all these things. Create an awareness. Build resilient areas. Infrastructure. Promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, because if you don't have industry power you can't create job opportunities. So this is the best area, this is the best point where you have to create employment. How you can reduce unemployment? For that you need to create lots of industries. And how we can create these industries? You have to come together, like you have to sit and add some basic points, how I can add some other areas or other technology companies in India or in any country. So for that, you need to work on FDIs, you need to work on sustainable goals, and you need to work on partnership with foreign companies. Like if country is occupied with something, like for that we need to think how we can create sustainable development in that particular area. Now make crisis and human settlements inclusive, safe and environmental world. For that we need to create some areas where we can add some industries, trade shows, organization, collaboration. That is very much important. And what is the base of all these things? Networking. Without networking you can't do anything. Like your network is your network. So add your networks and spread an awareness with the help of all this network. And what is the term of goal? What is the meaning of goal? Add, sit, execute. That's it. Next, please. Now the planet and prosperity. We need to create all these things with the help of this prosperity. How we can create prosperity? For that, we need to add strategical development. Take urgent actions. Take actions. Do, execute, implement. Conserve and sustainable users of oceans, seas, and other things. Protect, restores, and promote these things. Max to max, you have to focus on promotion, because if people are not aware about these SDGs, how they can create wonders? For that, we need to educate them about all these 17 SDGs, and with the help of these 17 SDGs, we can create this sustainable world. Next slide, please. The focus of peace. See, peace is very much important. All this spirituality, all these things are coming together with the help of peace, because peace is the base of all these SDGs. So if we want to create safe world, secure world, what is the main thing? Peace. Without peace we can't create safe world. So the basic part of peace is that each and every individual of this planet should think about other person or other individual. Then we can create peace. Then we can stop, and we can stop all this violence on this earth. The focus of partnership. How we can partner with right candidate, right attitude. Strengthen the means of implementation and relatives and global partnership and sustainable development. Global partnership plays vital role in all these things. So we need to add each and every country's global acquisition, how we can acquire this global market or global areas. For that we need to work on global partnership. Next, please. So these are the 17 SDGs and 169 target. So please next. Now what is our agenda? How we are going? How we are working on these agendas? Supportive, inclusive growth and well-being, leaving and one behind. So we should think no one will leave behind. We are working, we are adding technologies, but what about poor people? Are we able to give them that technology? No. We can do, but how? We need to add partnership, we need to give right things to right people, needy people. How we can do? With the help of this collaboration, with the help of this partnership, And if you don't have fund, it's okay, but you can add some funding partners. For that, we need to create, or we need to think about right candidates, right partnerships. So how we can do that? With the help of right data. So first and very much important thing is that we have to add data conversation or data acquisition. So data is very much important. It plays vital role in your each and everything. Now, having accurate data to inform the process and the progress. Without data, you can't do your progress. So add your data, add your strategies, then you can create this sustainable development goal. You can create safe world. Next, please. Now, raise awareness in your community. If you are staying in samaj, or if you are staying in social area, like community, to gain community support for your specific program, for your specific goal, first go and sit with them, understand their problem, ask them queries, what type of queries they are working on, because we all are working to create safe environment, safe world. So we need to understand first what are their problems, what are their queries. The more support you have, the more likely you are to be taken seriously. Because if you are thinking in their angle, if you are sitting in there, and if you're thinking about them, then only you can understand their pain. So understand their pain, their problem, then only you can create that particular SDG. Then only you can work on that SDGs. The trustworthiness, because trust is very much important. Trustworthiness, honesty of your campaigns will influence the media. The credibility of all these things increase. You need to understand the local, all this situation, local area situation. Without understanding that particular area situation, you can work on that particular community. So sit with community, understand their problem is the best way where we can work on these partnerships. Next, please. Now I'll explain you about target of this partnership. Why we are talking about partnership, collaboration. Mobilize resources to improve domestic revenues. How we can create this partnership? We need to think about revenues also. Strengthen domestic resources, mobilization, add some points, add some industries, add some technologies, including through international support. Because without international support, you can't get that much funding. So for that part, we need to add right funders. So how we can do that? Why we need to do that? To develop countries, to develop underdeveloped countries, fund is very much important. Without funding, we can't make so much progress. So to improve domestic capacity for the tax and other things, we need to work on this mobilized resource and improve domestic revenue collection. This is the first thing where we need to work on these partnership goals. Second, please. Now implementation, all these development assisting communities or commitments. How we can do that? Developed countries to implement fully their official develop assistant. Developed countries have their own setup. So they should come together and they should work on underdeveloped or developing countries. So we need to think about these countries because they need our help, including the commitments, and too many developed countries should sit together, should work on these strategies, and they should implement. Next, please. Now, target number 17.3. What is that? Mobilize financial resources for developing countries. We need to add our data where we can work on these developing countries areas. Now, assisting development countries in attending debt sustainability. Assist them, help them, give them your hand. They will definitely develop. So for that, investment is very much important. Investment plays vital role. See, some countries are having top companies. They should work together for CSR activities. They should come together and they should develop. They should give contribution to underdeveloped and developed countries, or non-developed countries. Sorry. So invest in at least developed countries. That is the main goal. Next, please. Now, knowledge sharing and cooperation for access to science, technology, and innovation. Why again and again I'm telling you about science, technology, and innovation? Because the world is changing. We need to upgrade ourselves. Each and every day is learning day for me. So each and every day we should learn about technology, science, innovation, enhance different things, enhance your knowledge. Science, technology, and innovation plays vital role, and it enhance knowledge sharing on mutually agreed terms, including any type of mechanism, in particular at the areas. And if you work on global technology, you should know about that global areas also. In which country, which technology on top. So we should come together and we should collaborate with the help of that country so that we can create sustainable goals easily. Next, please. Now, promote sustainable technologies to developing countries. How we can do that? Promotion is very much important. Suppose I have some knowledge, I need to share, I need to tell people what type of knowledge I have so that they can also implement in their own strategies. So promote the development, transfer, discriminate this all these things, and diffusion of environmentally sound. We should think about environment also. Suppose you have some technology, you should think about climate change because the world is changing. Why we are facing this pandemic problem? We need to think about these things, how we can do that. You should be fully occupied for this all these things, because without knowledge you can't do anything. Strengthening yourself with their for science, with their for technology and innovation capacity for at least developed countries. So always think about technology, science and knowledge sharing. Yes. Next, please. Now, target 17.9, enhance SDGs capacities, developed countries. How we can do that? Developing countries are very much important. They plays vital role because developed country can give them helping hand, and developing country or non-developed country can take their contribution, can utilize their knowledge, can utilize their share contribution, and enhance their capacity, enhance international support, ask for support, because without support you can't do anything. So enhance international support for implementation of effective and targeted capacity. Build yourself, building in developing countries to support all these national international plans to implement at the sustainable development goal, including through north south, each and every transaction, each and every earth or each and every planet and each and every individual should work on this particular planet. So target 1710 is that promote a universal trading system. So trade shows plays vital role. Suppose there is a trade show in America, there is a trade show in India, there is a trade show in any country, Japan or any. So we need to think about that trade show also. How I can participate my country, how I can participate my areas in that particular trade show, so that we can get lots of funding partners, collaboration partners. We need to go there, we need to visit that area, we need to add our booth in that particular country so that we can exchange our ideas, we can exchange our views, and we can exchange technology also. Next, please. Now increase the export. Why again and again I'm telling about export? Because if you are only thinking about import, you can't grow your country. If you want to think about export, you can expand your wings. You can think about revenue generation. For that collaboration, you should think about export strategies. So significantly increase the export. Maximum you have to work on export, export and export. Import you have to do, but minimum import and maximum export can get lots of revenue for this particular country, and you can turn yourself into developed country. So with the help of this export thing, you can generate lots of employment with the help of export also. Now remove trade barriers. If you have any trade barriers, if you don't have any connection, you have to add and work on connection, networking, work together. Togetherness can give you anything. So you can make wonder with the help of unity. Unity is the best policy. Now remove trade barriers for at least developed countries. You should realize timely implementation of duly free, how we can do these things, how we can research markets research report is very much important. So we should think about market research report. All these things can turn into developed countries. Now WTO, World Trade Organization decisions, including all these things, premature rules and what kind of things we can work on, origin applicables to imports from at least developed countries are transferring these things. Suppose if you don't have any export strategy, it's okay, but you should implement on this export work. How I can add my points to export things, we can work on that. Next, please. Now, target number 17.30, enhance global macroeconomic stability. How we can make stable country? For that, you should work on global strategies, global implementation, global macroeconomic stabilities, and global economic can plays vital role here, including through policy making, policy coordination, policy makers, policy changers, policy coherence. These are the main points where we can work on. Now, enhance policy coherence for the sustainable development. How we can do that? With the help of data, with the help of target, with the help of audience, you can do that. Next, please. Now I'll talk about this target. Enhance global macroeconomic stability. We should work on stability because if your country is not stable or if specific country is not stable, then they can't make their growth. For that, stability is very much important in the what we can say in terms of economic, also in terms of social, also in terms of science, technology, in terms of each and every person's ability. So we should work on person ability, community ability. We should work on their thinking process. We should work on their own parameters. So each and every person should work on their own leadership skills. We should add leadership skill. Leaders, with the help of leaders, we can create wonders. Now enhance policy coherence, then respect all this nationalism, leaderships, implementation policies for the sustainable development goal, then enhance the global partnership with the help of sustainable development goal. How we can add global partnership, how we can add this data. First you need to work on your implementation strategies, then enhance the global partnership, which are the right candidate, which are the right partnership organization. We should work on that thing, then we can do this thing. Now complementing the multinational areas, how, which are the stakeholders, who are the stakeholders, who are the shareholders. We should work, we should add these things also, and we should implement with the help of your long term thinkers. Next thing. Next slide, please.
Yeah, it is done. Next.
Okay. So first and very important thing is that I need to tell you all these things because we should work on partnership. And partnership is, the word partnership says you should work with someone. It is not alone person task, or it is not a one person task. It's not a single army. It's a world task. For this sustainable development goal, or for this safe world, we should come together. That is my message. Unity is the best policy. Please come together, work together, and grow together. Collaborate and network. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, sir. Hello.
Thanks a lot, Prachi. This was really enlightening. There are several aspects which are covered, and this is very much in line with what we are doing at through Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. The keyword that you mentioned is network, network, and network. So accordingly, we are building several networks. One of which is Self-Actualized Leaders Network, SALN. To network, it's about goal-based networking, which we call as mission networking platform. Then we have a business network, which is defined values business network, right? Which the purpose of which is to empower all the business houses, industries, so that the Arthavyavastha, the economy of the world, can be managed well. Because one of the things that you have said is that the underdeveloped and developing countries should be brought at par with the developed countries. And for that, the developed countries should come and help these countries. They are doing that already in their own way, but that has to be enhanced further. So defined values business network will play its role over there. Then the third network that we're building is defined values trainers network. Now, when we are synthesizing the civilization for the new world order, it is important that several habits, patterns, several way of thinking of people of all strata has to be changed, right? So for that, a large number of new trainings to make them adopt to the new environment, new world order has to be done. So that will be done through defined values trainers network. Now on the top, we have self-realized mentors network. The problem, the root cause of the problem is the ideological fragmentation which the world communities are following, because every community are recognized by their ideologies only, right? Whether it is based on religion, whether it is based on constitution, whether it is based on any other factor, right? These ideologies means what a particular community considers as most ideal, right? They will try to achieve that ideal. Ideal is something which we call as destination. Everyone tries to achieve that ideal destination. But what is that common destination? That common maximum program, which each individual, an organization, and the countries around the world have to arrive at. So we are defining that through ideology defragmenting network, which we call as self-realized mentorship network. So all these four networks are not just networks. they are networks of networks, right? It's a huge network which will ultimately make us achieve all people of the planet joining a common network, a human network. So that way you are very appropriate in saying network, network, and network. And I'll add the fourth network, 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 and network. So with this, thanks a lot. I request you to be there in the panel discussion, which will start at 2:15. If you want, you can take a break and come back at 2:15, or you can continue listening to other speakers as well. Okay, so with this, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Arvind Tiwari ji, to invite our second speaker of the day on the dais.
Thanks, Hitesh ji. It was really a wonderful start of the summit. When we started the summit in July, again, I'm coming to that point. And when we started taking the journey, we started meeting and meeting more and more people, and many people have joined so far. And journey, the train, which is starting and going to leave its platform very soon. The final bogie will be unveiled tomorrow, and a final flag off to be given on 23rd with many questions in the mind of all the speakers who have come. So all of them are requested to be here on 23rd. And now 22nd, tomorrow. And now we come to our second speaker of the day, Mr. Pradeep Malhotra. He is an entrepreneurial mindset cultivator, certified master life skills facilitator, and an author. He is the founder and CEO of Pradeepam Multi Academy and Seal Wisdom Net, and a passionate social entrepreneur. He has been at helm of affairs with the corporate management and learning and development space with over 40 plus years of demonstrated reputation. With his core learning and development, with his core competence in the field of individual and organizational empowerment and transformation, he has helped more than 20,000 participants from educational institutions, corporate, PSUs, state government organizations, and DGR to unlock their true human potential, and whether they be unreasonable, unstoppable, and a limitless being. He is a postgraduate in economics and trained faculty on entrepreneurship from EDI, Ahmedabad. He is a certified NLP and 3Q practitioner. He is a certified trainer, facilitator from GIZ, Germany, UK, and Ali Mindset, USA. He is a member of National HRD Network Delhi Chapter, AIMA, DMA, TAI, and HSC. Pradeep ji is the first SALDP graduate and active member of DVC PYP initiative. He is also trustee of SOCH and core team member of Spark Service Wing of Brahma Kumaris. He is the author of Radio Mind, Gallup of Performance, and Live the Life Powerfully, Live the Life You Love. Welcome, Mr. Pradeep Malhotra. Please be on the dais.
Welcome, Pradeep ji. Welcome.
Namaskar and Om Shanti. Thank you very much, Arvind ji, for a nice introduction. Can I share my PPT along with so that?
Yes, you can.
Is it visible?
Not yet. You have to share screen and then select it.
No, I have actually. Just a moment. I had clicked on the share screen and then it's showing who can share. All participants, all panelists have clicked, and then who can start. No, I have clicked on that, but I'm not able to share. Just a moment. Yeah, just a moment. Yes.
Yes, it is coming now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Good morning. Namaskar. Om Shanti. You know, I'm doubly delighted and twice blessed today. One, for being on this platform and being on the PYP journey as a co-traveler. I'm really very delighted also of being a part of this team of the eminent and very distinguished speakers who have spoken in the past on the 16 goals. I'm really much obliged listening to them. And also, today we are going to talk about the goal 17. Now, this goal is very, very close to my heart from my childhood. Co-creating something, creating an ecosystem for people to live a purpose-driven life and cause a realm of possibilities for them to produce extraordinary results individually and collectively. That is my aim, and also my organization. We intensively follow goal 4, 5, and 17. When we talk about the golden age, it is possible only when we harness, share, and implement our ancient wisdom and lead from the emerging future. I mean, that is also one of the learning that we have from PYP, that ancient wisdom is the actual foundation of creating or implementing the sustainable goals and partnering with the other individuals and organizations. After listening to Prachi, I'm not going to talk much about the data or the statistics or any information. And I think it's actually a very good team. It's already a partnership that started with more than, I think, 70 speakers, which have, I think, as my calculation, more than 70 speakers have spoken. And the partnership has already begun. And also when we, Ms. Prachi, when she has spoken, and she has taken care of the data and the statistics and all those, so I can make out she's a technical person. And so she's a left brain, so she needs data and tuck, the steps that the engineers take. I am a right brain person, very emotional person, so my approach is going to be slightly different. So this again is a synergy. I will, do you know this person who is with Mahatma Gandhi, this divine soul?
Yes.
Okay, then you know it. I'll anybody else just put in the chat box. This, of course. Tiwariji has raised his hand. Fantastic. Okay. So this is Bharat Ratna Vinoba Bhaveji, who started this movement in 1951 about Bhudan movement. Now, why I'm giving this reference to the Bhudan movement is because this is something which started back in 1951 and actually continued till 56 only. Maybe whatever the reasons were there, I don't know. I actually read about it in my childhood in my school books. Now, this is an excellent example of partnership and collaboration. The movement that he started from a place in Andhra Pradesh, actually he was talking to a group of farmers over there who had no land. And they were also the local states over there who had the land, and he was sharing about the Bhudan. And then, some of the people came forward, they say, okay, we'll give 12 acres of land, 80 acres of land, and 80 farmers given 1 acre of land each. So that is called sustainability and sharing and collaborations and the partnerships. This is in our blood. This is in our country. That is the foundation of our sharing and contributing and collaborating to making a difference in people's life. And one word which we totally resonate as a PYP also, what he shared, is all revolutions are spiritual at the source. All my activities have the sole purpose of achieving a union of hearts. So this is it all about. That is the foundation, as Hitesh ji was talking about, the one goal UNSDG has left. That is this, spirituality, the mind, because everything that begins in life begins with the mind, and that spirituality that gives us value to take action in real life situations. I'll now, when I was thinking and visualizing about this goal 17, I went back to my childhood. Now, this Vinoba Bhaveji's example is a very big moment. I'm talking something very, very small at the grassroots level. I may be around 5 or 6 years old. And, we were staying at Agra Kent in it's a huge bungalows over there, because being a Kent area, and that bungalow, there were 7 families, east, west, north, south, they were staying there. And it was like one family. They were not 7 separate families. We had 4 cows. And my mother used to make chaach every morning. My father used to also milk the cow. I used to go on my cycle to get the chara, the fodder for the cows. And people used to come from 2-3 kilometers or more to collect chaach during the lunchtime. And women of that bungalow, the koti we used to call, used to have tandoor. Every family had a tandoor, but only one tandoor used to be lit. And all the ladies from all the families used to come together, sit around that with their atta, and they used to prepare rotis for their families. And then used to be sharing. I've cooked this sabji, take it for your son, he loves it. Take this for your daughter. Or somebody's coming with a katori, bhanji, sugar khatam ho gaya, so dijiye, and the katori never used to come back empty. It was with something. So that kind of a local barter also used to take place. For me, that was the golden moment. That was a golden age for me that time, which I see coming in the near future. Friends, what is happening in this game? There are 2 kind of audience over here. The one audience is which is in the stands. There's a communication going on over there. Oh, I don't know why they take these kind of people. They don't know how to play. Must be recommended by a politician, so on and so forth. Or they're having coffee, tea, or whatever, and snacks, and they're talking or whatever. There's some kind of communication is going on the court also. What communication is going on the court is the basket. So everybody is saying, pass it to me, give it to Harinder, give it to Harinder, pass, and the basket. There is a constructive communication which is going on. Now, my friends, and they have one common goal, basket and win. Now, my friends, tell me, who will be the champion? Who will be the champion for the cause of making that goal? The people in the stands or people on the court who's actually playing, they're falling, they're bleeding, they're getting hurt, whatever. They're not, just going to sit silent till their goal is achieved. We wake up, play the game in the court, or watch the game of collapse from the stands. The choice is ours, my dear friends. So we got to go on the ground to play the game of this UNSDG. We have ample data available, millions and millions of data, is available on the net, on the Google. We can always source that. That is okay. But what we are doing at the ground level. And why there was a need of having these UNSD goals? There are actually 3 divides. Ecological divide, self and the nature, there is no relationship. We ourselves have finished the nature. You will not believe it, that America alone consumes more than 1/5 of the produce of one planet. To sustain and to thrive, we need 4 such planets like us. Human rights, gender inequality, financial, there's no employment, technological biases, there's social divide, self and other, there's no relationship with others, because coming to the spiritual divide, self is self, I have no relationship with myself. Until I have a relationship with myself, how can I have with others? So it all begins with me. It begins with us. And then we take it forward, and then we talk about, we preach this. And what we do, we practice this. And what we have to do to bring it back, sustain, not only sustain for ourselves, our generation, but thrivability is the key to make the earth, the planet, and the universe for the coming generations. So it is time to operate from a deep sense of purpose that transcends institutions, borders, and boundaries. That's what we're talking about, from United Nations to Nations United, and as we say, and Hitesh has shared many times in the past, to one nation, one world, one nation. That is our progress. That is the key. So what is goal 17? Well, I like to share this. kindly have a look at this small video.
It
The
can be
message.
hard solving a problem on our own, but when we work together, people everywhere can make good things happen. Through partnerships between people, communities, and countries, we can solve global problems so that everyone is treated equally. Everyone has what they need, and the natural world is able to survive and thrive. Partnerships are like teams. They connect groups of people who come together through shared interests. If they want to build a new bridge, they can't do it alone. They need someone to design the bridge. They need someone to pay for it. They need someone to put in the foundations. And they need someone to build it. Partnerships let us do the impossible. Where partnerships aren't in place, it's hard to solve problems. One person alone can't build a bridge, or feed a village, or educate all the children in a city. They need other skilled people to help them do it. That's what partnerships are. Good people are helping to promote togetherness around the world. Friends of Ocean Action brings together scientists, CEOs, teachers, and diplomats from all over the world to think of new ways to protect our oceans. From every corner of the globe, teachers are working together to create online libraries where people can access resources in their own language, opening up worlds of information to inspire a new generation of thinkers. Who could you partner with in your community to make the world a better place?
So the goal 17, just in brief, I'll tell you that SDGs are a collection of 17 international global goals. It's a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. Goal 17 is a blueprint. It guides you how to harness, manage, and lead the resources and how to get into the partnership. And they give you all the support and the guidance on that. It's a world's shared plan. Goal 17 is about global partnership from sustainable development, strengthen domestic capacities for revenue collection. Now, that's the most important ingredient, money, funds. And friends, today, profit is not a bad word. I mean, there used to be a time we say, oh, profit here. Oh, you know, we used to think about people who are making money who are industrially in a different mindset. But today we think differently, because they are the one who are going to generate employment. They're going to generate the funds for our achieving our and accomplishing our 16 goals. Better utilization of the available resources. So we also get a guidance from this goal 17 is how to better utilize and don't waste of the available resources. I mean, otherwise the resources will diminish. I mean, we'll have nothing to work on. So that is one. Goal 17 proposes collection to achieve all, proposes collective efforts to achieve all those goals through collaborations and partnership in an inclusive and innovative way. We have to be very innovative and creative. It proposes to strengthen the means of implementation, revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. Don't let it die. Always revitalize. That brings together government, civil society, private sector, the United Nations systems, and other actors. Who are those other actors? Me and you. And then we together mobilize all the resources. The purpose is for harness, manage, lead, and sustain these resources for the coming generation, and increasing support to developing countries. You see, this is how it flows. Developed countries to developing countries, and to developing countries to underdeveloped countries. It's a chain. Growing cooperation among multinational organizations, donors, and private sector is needed to provide developing countries and beneficiaries with technologies that increase efficiency. As I shared, my dear friends, earlier, that the ancient wisdom blended with the present and the future technology is going to give us that opportunity to create our future from the emerging future. Not with the constraints of the past, not in a chain and glued. Otherwise, we can't make a difference in the society. The use of natural resources generate low waste, treat the generated pollution, and mitigate climate change. Now, this has been very extensively explained by Prachiji, so I'm not going into these details. 71 to 75 was the finance, 17.6 to 7.8 technology, and then capacity building. Trade, of course, here trade is, we already have various chambers of commerces. We have FICCI, we have ASSOCHAM, we have CII, we have Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, and we have Chamber of Commerce with every country. We have a trade partnership. Systematic issues, yes, governance. And when you see the systematic issues of policy and institutional governance, multi-stakeholder partnership, data monitoring, and accountability, this is a must. The word accountability is to be noted here, my dear friends. And rest of the things which we are going to follow and must follow to build those sustainable cities and the future, the golden age future, is by following the Code of Citizens Conduct. Code of Citizen Conduct is the Bible for this. Each and every word is written in golden words in that book. And all of us, we must grow through that. And then you see from where that light comes to us and inspire us to produce results collectively. The global collaborations in different countries, collaboration play a vital role in improving the way of working and solving problems. This leads to more innovation, efficient processes. Certainly, especially in case of science and technology, collaborations among different nations is fundamental. Let's take example of International Space Stations. Program is a good example. Besides being of the mankind's most remarkable achievement, this is not only a technological sharing, it's political also sharing and collective action. Our two of our lady astronauts had gone, Kalpana Chawla and Warrior, and then of course Captain Sharma from NASA. So that was a collaboration. So these kind of technical collaborations, and now also we are collaborating in every area with various countries. So technical collaborations are very, very important today if we really have to advance in an efficient manner in a fast pace. Global cooperation in different countries. CJIAR is a consultative group on international agriculture research, which is collaborating with 15 research centers in 15 countries and almost 10,000 scientists and staff members from around the world. With the goal of obtaining a food-secure future, CGIAR is dedicated to improving human health, nutrition, ensuring more sustainable management of natural sciences, collaborating with the civil society, organizations, research institutes, the private sector, and the academy and the individual. India is concerned, International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics. This is in Andhra Pradesh. So we are partnering along with these 15 countries. So this is an international collaboration, my dear friends, for eradicating poverty, hunger, and all those concerned areas that we are going to focus on. SAARC, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal. I mean, this is a collaboration. Shanghai Cooperation Organization among these countries is a collaboration. Another important collaboration with mentioning is BRICS. And yesterday, I think, 2 days ago and yesterday, there's been a agreement signed between India and Israel and also UAE. Now that is for a defense collaboration, that is for trade collaboration, that is for security from terrorism and all that. So internal security to external security to trade and to the financial security is provided by all these countries to each other coming together. This is the example of partnerships and collaborations in various areas. US has actually been our partner in a way when during the pandemic also. Most of the countries came together. More than that, each one of us, the Indians, came together as one. One thing we have, one thing very common, and one quality in all among Indians, forgetting our caste, creed, race, gender, and everything, forgetting religion, we come together when there is a war. 62, 71, when this Kargil, we come together. When the pandemic came, we all came together. I'll share one of the examples also that how, people from where I stay in the tower, the women got together, they made rotis and chapatis and packets. People funded the packaging to be distribution among the people free of cost who were suffering from the family who were suffering. So at different nations have different resources and their own level of advancement of technologies. With collaboration, they can bridge the gap between scarcity and fulfillment. Sir, the same way we people who are part of PIP, we have our own strengths. If we have one idea, we have 100 people, there are 100 ideas, and each one has 100 ideas, not one idea. That is one concept which is actually the source of creating or co-creating that realm of possibilities for everybody else. Within India, we have many collaborations. One of the projects which is coming up is joining all the rivers. We find there is a flood somewhere creating havoc. On the other side, there's a dry area. There's not a drop of water and there's a havoc that side also. So let's join all the rivers. And then give water to every area and the water is distributed. The new ministry which has come up now actually is on about the Ministry of Cooperative. Cooperative movement is for ages and ages that we have the examples in our country. Bhutan I have shared. Let's take an example of Amul. And so many cooperatives. There's partnership, there's collaboration. Clusters are being formed in every village. And actually in UP, one district, one product, that concept has started so that each village is economically becomes very strong and self-sustaining. That is the key. That is where we need to work. Project Disha. Now, this is one example of international collaboration that we have in India, and within India also we have collaboration. Project Disha is a partnership between IDF, UNDP, and Exentio, supported by IKEA Foundation. They all are from different fields, but they come together, they produce the results for the people. Self-experience example in grassroots level. I'm really very happy to share with you that I have been a part of many CSR activities and other social activities in my life. And one of course is the self-help groups and the clusters. This I shared that has already been formed in various villages. People are working together. The mindset of the people, particularly after the government support and various government schemes, people are not looking for employment, they're looking for self-help groups, self-help, self-sustaining, self-employment, and clusters to work together as in social entrepreneur. There are various chambers of commerce, like national and international. There are OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, like Maruti doesn't produce anything. I mean, they produce, of course, something, but not everything. They have their vendors. And the vendors, first of all, are trained on the Maruti values. And then they become the supplier. That's partnership, that's collaboration within the industry, the trade. Levi's, jeans, the world famous jeans, they get their fabric from one source, their buttons from different country, their dhaga from a different country, all those things, and they are assembled in US or maybe in Malaysia or Taiwan. Now, one example I share, which is Self-Expression Leadership Program, which I did when I was landmark education. And this is very interesting. There was a NGO who used to produce paper mache toys. The requirement of that ingredient is the newspapers, waste newspaper. So what we did, we went to near Nehru Place. That time there was very slum areas, and we met the women over there. We had a word with them. We had a word with the children who are about 17 and 18. And we said, this is the plan we have, that you will go to a particular colony nearby Friends Colony, collect the newspapers, we'll give you the rickshaws, we'll buy the rickshaws and give you, collect it, and then you come. And then what we did, we talked to the Residents Welfare Association of Friends Colony. And then we spoke to them, whatever raddi you sell for 1 rupee a kg or 2 rupees that time, you kindly give it free to our, for this purpose, and leave it with the guard. Our guys will come on Wednesday or Friday, whatever days were fixed in your area, they'll pick it up from the guard. Everybody they're rich people. They're not surviving on selling raddi. So they give us no problem. So our guys went on the rickshaws, they collected the raddi, We supplied the gaddi to the producers, and then the producers made the toys, and we had a buyback arrangement from them. And we told these very boys from the slum areas to sell that and market that and make money also. But we used to give them money otherwise as well for this. Sita and Orbit, I give you a very unique example from travel industry. I was with the Sita Travels, and we were very strong, and I was in the outbound tours. We were very, very strong pan-India on domestic and international holidays. But we were very, very weak in trade fair tours. Orbit was one organization which was very, very strong on trade fair tours, but not holiday. And we couldn't beat them. They were so dynamic. The database was massive of every industry, every trade. We collaborated together. We had 21 outlets in the country. We rose to 46. We says, okay, we'll market the trade fairs and you organize the trade fairs internationally. And that's how we collaborated with them. Warriors on the ground is another example. We have a friend, Rajeshwari, she is based in Bangalore. And during the COVID, she started a platform of platforms. People were not getting authentic information on vaccine or medicines or anything. Fake news, every family member becomes a doctor. No authentic news was coming. So we together created a platform to get a genuine, authentic information and source outlets from where they can source in their own cities and doctors. And you know, the Indians came from Kuwait, from America, from Australia, from all parts of the world. And there was a group. I'll share an example of Piplantri. Now, this is one. Now, as we say, we have to see how the world is doing. You see what is happening at UNSDG. What is happening there is a nation-to-nation level. What we can do is the grassroots level. That is what matters. That is what is going to be the PYP goals. One person can do it and collaborate. I give you that example. Piplantri is a village where one Sarpanch, he started this movement back in, I mean, nobody knew anything about Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. This is a story on ecofeminism. There was a tradition over there for feticide. Girl child were killed before they were born. Now, he created this movement that each child which will be born in his own village and the area, there will be 101 plants will be, seeds will be thrown. 31,000 rupees will be collected from the 21 from the villagers, 10 from the parents, and there will be agreement from the parents. They will not use this money. It's only for the girl child's education when she becomes adult. No child marriage, no dowry was the agreement taken from these. And you know, then there were barren mountains, dry, which were occupied by the mining mafias. That's a place for marble. And the villages, he made the villagers get together, go to these people and talk to them, please clean all the barren land. And they had a drip system over there with the drums, which they had partnered with the BSF and CRPF locally. And from the hospital, they used to get the drip and they used to go up there and plant. And it's a forest, complete forest. The water levels became so high. There are many examples. I have produced a documentary on this called Daughters of Piplantri. It's on YouTube. We'll give you all the details. In fact, Modi ji invited him and honored him. He was also Shyam Sundar Paliwal. He was also on Kaun Banega Crorepati. Now I'll give you an example of Brahma Kumaris. I've been associated with Brahma Kumaris for the last 15 years. Most of the people know that this is just a spiritual organization. Friends, it's a socio-spiritual scientific organization. We have 21 service wings who are serving at the grassroots level. From agriculture to slum area development to youth empowerment, women empowerment. I mean, you name it. And we have a wing who is serving at the grassroots level. Even for jurists, even for culture, we are working there at the grassroots level. Details, I can forward it, you may get it from various resources. Travel and tourism, which is the largest, my dear friends, largest smokeless industry in the world. and one of the largest employment generator with great potential for nation's growth. It accelerates the shift towards a more sustainable tourism sector by aligning policies, business operations, and investments with the SDGs, practically all the sustainable development. I've been part of this industry for about 20 years. I presented a paper as a core team member, as a steering committee member of United Nations development. It's a global network, what we call DGIC India, and along with the Ministry of Tourism, we had made a presentation taking Uttarakhand as an example. So we adopted Uttarakhand to share this concept paper, and we generated that this is the possibility of creating environment, because immigration, outward immigration was, and it is still, Uttarakhand is suffering from that. But that time we implemented this, we talked to the hospitality sector, the hotels, we talked to the chefs, everybody to implement these UN SDG goals, give employment to the local people. And, this is how we developed these areas and gave certain suggestions. Now, I'll share with you NH Hotels Worldwide.
Pradeepji, just sorry to interrupt in between. Our next speaker has to leave by 1:15 due to some emergency. So how many slides are there?
No, then I'll come straight to the how part of it.
Or else what we can do is, once the next speaker completes his presentation, then we will resume your presentation. That will give more justice to the overall thing.
Absolutely, I agree there with you. But I stop here because, one thing, that part of it, the how part is the most important of my presentation.
Yes, we want to listen to that thoroughly. Thank you.
So
sorry for this interruption. May I invite Arvind ji to quickly invite our next speaker of the day to the dais, so that we can complete his presentation by 1:15 as much as possible, and later on it will be taken care by Mr. Brijesh Mathur. Yes, Arvind ji, please invite.
Hitesh ji, our next speaker is and are. Why I'm using is and are, as all of you know, our next speaker, Mr. Bharat Bhushan Tiwari, has to leave in between because of his medical urgent need. And then it will be taken over by Mr. Brijesh Mathur. So I'll give a brief introduction of Mr. Bharat Bhushan Tiwari, who is an ex-techno bureaucrat, academic background of engineering, management, and foreign trade. He is a pious individual and believes in the divine forces. On leaving the bureaucracy, worked for global groups like Bell, USA, Inchcape, UK, Ferrostall, Germany, Agio, Singapore, etc. and best of the MNC in India, covering a large spectrum of tea, engineering, electronics, hotels, travel, and international trade in all 5 continents. Compelled by the passion to address the underprivileged, his orbital shift towards the goal of empowerment of all sections in urban-rural regions. In NCR, via his Federation of United Residents of Delhi, rural under Himalayan Vikas Sansthan adopted villages, hamlets in Uttarakhand. He has initiated dignity for consumer rights, advisory roles in All India Council of Human Rights, CHRS, Jal Adhikar, Water, Punar, Jagran Samiti, Slumlets, multitude of others with their synergy. Internationally, have been as a life member of WCPA for the New World Parliament as the new UN body. Have been involved in mentoring startups successfully with no monetization to make them empowered and feel the success glory. Have been on most national TV channels as a source person and stationary media in NCR, Uttarakhand, etc. In 2019, initiated the Responsible Citizen as the co-founder, about whom I was talking about with Mr. Brijesh Mathur, who will be taking over his presentation, launching the same under the launching bay of Himalayan Vikas Sansthan in association with DVC, that is Defined Value Consultant, on its thoughts. He is well associated with all chambers pan-India as a panelist. Some address him as a knowledge powerhouse, some as cynical, etc. Any person who is in the field of change has to be treated as a cynical by the person who cannot understand the urgency for the change. And Mr. Brijesh Mathur he is a responsible citizen, not only in the deed, in words, but also in deeds. So we welcome to both of you, Bibi Tiwari ji and Brijesh Mathur ji on the dais, please.
Welcome, welcome.
Namaskaram. Good afternoon. And I'm sorry for my short this thing. So I had prepared and changed my this thing with the hospital for the 2 o'clock. You see, Prachi has spoken, Malhotra ji has spoken, everybody is there. Nutshell, it is basically what one looks at is that if you initiated right in the beginning, when I started doing all this in the villages, there was nothing like the UN goals, the SDGs, etc., etc. What are we looking at? We are looking at cohesion. Cohesion comes from empowerment. And from empowerment comes only one thing, is like I always say, the base of every faith and religion is basically peace, harmony, and happiness. And you can only exude that if it comes from within. So it's a very simple formula. See a situation in empathy. From empathy comes sympathy. From sympathy comes solution. Solution comes to giving. Now, if you have this as a pure agenda in your heart, you cannot fail. And I have no support whatsoever from the state government or the central government, which I can take, or international agencies. But my way of looking at life is very different. What you can do yourself is the final achievement. And I don't believe in all the Peter Drucker, etc. My favorite this thing is Gita. This is my manhood. Full stop. I've been through all the managements you can talk about, QCs, Baumal. They are all irrelevant. The only thing irrelevant is Gita ka sar. There are 2 kinds of human being. One is a bhogi who becomes a rogi, and the other is a purusharth. Our history is replete with it. Globally, everything is the same. If you see from Adi Shankaracharya downwards, Jai Krishna Murthy, Bhagat Singh, Mangal Pade, I don't know, so many of them. And on the other side, late Dr. Martin Luther King. After that, what is it? Zilch. From 70s onward, there is no DNA of that kind. Now, coming to specifics, since Brijesh is here, I would like to take leave because they're driving and I got to check in. Otherwise, the ortho surgeon will not entertain me. So please pardon me. My PPT is already there and Brijesh will help me out. Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for your time. Arvindji and Hitesh, please pardon me. And all the panel speakers and the participants. Maybe in the next one, I will ensure that I'm there. And after speaking to Hitesh, I will do something about the time frames. Okay. Thank you.
Sure, Tiwari. We will definitely love to listen more from you. And today we are allowing you to go. Next time we will not allow you to go.
Aye, sir.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, Brijesh. Should I share the presentation now?
Yes, you can do that.
As this was a little different from what we had planned, so we have not prepared for your introduction. So I would like you yourself to give a little bit brief about you before we start the presentation.
Let me not take too much of the Pradeep Malhotra ji's time. My introduction has been read out when I made the presentation on Goal Zero. I am an existing speaker on PYP platform. I happen to be the first. And this is nothing but this presentation that is being made today is nothing but an extension of what we made on the first day. So I think, yes, there is no need for spending time on my introduction. Enough is known about me, and no more than that is there worth knowing anyway.
Sure, so I'll add, cut it from that presentation and add it to it while we compile it. So we can directly go to the presentation now. Yes.
Please. Would you do the sharing or I would do the sharing? Okay. This is the last slide.
Okay, so if you have the PPT available with you, you can share.
Let me see how.
That would be
okay, let me try. Should I start screen sharing now?
Yes, yes, you can start.
How do I do that? Yeah, desktop को तो पूरा
There is
दिख-
a share screen somewhere.
हाँ, I clicked on share screen.
Dialog will come. Yeah, yeah.
Now
working.
you can see.
Yes, it's working.
Is that my presentation or yours? I don't know.
It's yours.
Okay.
You have the control. Yeah.
Okay.
And in the meantime, he starts. I'll give a brief introduction about Mr. Brijesh Mathur. He started this mission of responsible citizen after his return from a trip to Europe. And after coming back, he realized that this country, that is India, is no less than the best anywhere else in the world. In fact, the culture, diversity, and warmth of people makes it even better. The only difference is we, the people, only if we all become more responsible citizens. That's how he has himself become a responsible citizen and advocating responsible citizen. So that's how he has become the founder of this particular organization, movement, responsible citizen. So he is in front of us. Sorry.
Thanks, Arvindji, for pitching in and giving some formal introduction. So, Brijesh ji, आप इसको maximize करके, then there is something called as view menu और उसमें full screen mode आता है.
Full screen slide only आ रहा है. Full screen नहीं आ रहा.
View में जाइए, view में.
View में खोला मैंने. तो
इसमें
slide
शायद
only है, table है, light outline है. Full screen.
आपका नहीं, view menu में जाइए आप. ऊपर एक व्यू मेन्यू है ना, अरेंज के साथ में. हाँ, यहाँ पे प्ले और अरेंज के बीच में. हाँ, फाइल, एडिट, इंसर्ट, स्लाइड ऐसे करके फिर व्यू आता है.
हाँ, व्यू है, नेविगेटर, स्लाइड ओनली, लाइट टेबल, आउटलाइन.
ये आपका एक्चुअली वो है,
एप्पल
है ना. हाँ, एप्पल में थोड़ा डिफरेंट आ रहा है.
हाँ, करेक्ट. आई ऑल्सो कांट.
स्लाइड पे जाना, स्लाइड मेनू पे.
स्लाइड मेनू पे करूँ तो एक स्लाइड वन एट अ टाइम आता है. नाउ आई डोंट नो हाउ टू गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड.
कोई नहीं, आप इसको विंडो को एटलीस्ट मैक्सिमाइज कर दीजिए.
हाँ, ऐसे ही कर देते. इसको मैक्सिमाइज कर देता हूँ. एस. ओके, इज दिस बेटर?
Yes, but still the tool is being displayed. So
because that is the only I can't remove this.
ठीक
Make
है,
it smaller if I can. Yeah, I can make it smaller. Is this better?
Yes, just go to actually you have selected view as a drop down. I was talking about view as a menu.
View as a menu. I don't know where to get that.
Yes. Arrange and play के बीच में है view. Yes, here.
View.
Yes.
Okay, I found it.
Now
slide only. Slide only, ना?
You are already on full screen mode.
Okay.
ठीक है, आप ऐसे चला दीजिए, कोई नहीं.
नहीं, अब तो पूरा आ रहा है.
हाँ, ठीक है.
पर वो चेंज नहीं हो रहा. चलो, ठीक है. So this is the title. Nothing to beat the creativity of Malhotra ji's title. Hats off. It was such a wonderful one slide that said it all. And we tried to put to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam a universal mission along with partnership for goals. Okay, these are the contact details of Mr. Tiwari. Nahi ho raha. How do I change the slide now?
Just try to click the slide or click right button. Oh, there is something called as play. Just click the play button. Play left. Yeah.
Mute, stop video.
No, there is something called as play. Play button.
I can't find that.
Keynote live के लेफ्ट में है. यही पे आपको मुझे दिख रहा है आपके स्क्रीन पे.
Zoom.
प्ले बटन, प्ले लेफ्ट से चौथा बटन.
ये.
हाँ.
Okay.
Yes.
तो अब मैं
हाँ, अब आप क्लिक करोगे तो.
Okay. Got it. Thanks. Thank you.
अब ठीक आ गया.
So missions. In fact, we talk about pledge and mission. Mission SDG Goal 17, Partnership for Goals. The SDGs have been written 15 in 2015, but the impact is still to be seen. We believe that the SDGs can only be realized with a strong global partnership and cooperation put in practice. And that put in practice has to be through a pledge on a mission mode. The official development assistance remained steady, but below the target at US $147 million in 2017. On top of it, humanitarian crisis brought on by conflict and natural disasters continued to demand more and more financial and human resources for survival. Many nations also require official development assistance to encourage growth and trade by the multilateral. The purpose for advocacy and awareness to the last mile. During the pre-2019 era, humans on this planet had sunk deep due to the continual erosion of moral values, humane compassion, and also machine-driven development at the cost of environmental annihilation. We have reached the brink of extinction of our civilization. The doomsday clock is ticking. In the 12th September Marseille's conference, they have already announced Code Red, and the newspaper every day talks about Code Reds being quoted somewhere or the other. The past 18 months have been, and they still continue to, in fact, it's not that it's over, it's still on, continue to serve the major avalanche of global disruptions in human life and human livelihood, which is being caused by multiple and different challenges with no solutions available in mankind for the humanity in different parts of the world. I mean, even as we speak, Uttarakhand is fighting for survival because of the heavy rainfall and the landslides. It's happening all other parts of the world as well. This period has demonstrated that the only way for survival of humanity is to reform their attitudes, belief, and more importantly, behavior. And to be caring for nature, environment, as well as all fellow human beings, thereby giving in empathy, sympathy, and compassion. I mean, we've been crying hoarse. Every meeting, this is a wake-up call for all of us to set off on a path of self-reform and to inspire others to do the same. Now, if you take India as the target audience to start with, to reach out, we need to reach out to all 135 crore Indians. And thus, there is need for driving it on a mission mode for an exponential growth. How do we implement it? We need to cause a way and a mechanism by active dispersal in all the 732 districts and blocks to the cities pan-India. Big finance is needed. Are we capable to have a cash flow? Inject? Are we ready to inject? Are we still on a drawing board? Do we have the technology? I think slowly technology is evolving and catching up. Intent and resources is what is lagging behind. Capacity building, yes, we can, but resource crunch is there for a pan-India reach. It is imperative to address the same immediately. For trade, we are not in a position to address the same because the world powers and the WTO, etc., are only now starting to listen to what we have to say. The systematic architecture beyond our reach is a dream. For example, Hans Andersen's fairy tales seems all to be unrealistic, but it is doable. All the SDGs, I mean, this is a repeat. They need impactful implementation. They need to be practiced. Partnership also is not something to talk about, but to be practiced. And all stakeholders of all goals need to partner with each other for an impactful implementation and practice. The policy and institutional coherence, how new ways to have an impactful effect and partnerships to resonate, facilitating orbital shifts. Tiwari ji is busy for two reasons. One is for his medical treatment, for which there is no, he has hardly any flexibility. The other is that he is on an orbital shift. He is transcending and ascending his orbits and reaching out to a far more larger number of impactful positions and authorities. There is need for multi-stakeholder partnerships, also on availability of funds. There is need for data monitoring and accountability, partially on micro basis with the support of local and state government. Unless there is an infrastructure support and our own servers in the country are relative, because we have to deal with sensitive data. And the national data should not really be trusted with international data banks. Only government and big flagship companies can access and build such an infrastructure. Another level of partnership is, global is a favorite term. It's a partnership between global technology and local application. Local application, the people, the raw materials available locally, the products required locally. Utilizing global technology, global practices, technological transmission of knowledge and information, solutions to address local issues based on local raw materials. Today, a person sitting in United States can make a visual survey of an inaccessible hill territory using drone technology, isn't it? And with guidance, people can show and feel sitting there so that they can provide a technological solution with the knowledge that they have. Also, the most important stakeholder for any participation, any partnership, is the citizen stakeholders. It's an offshoot of our initiative of responsible citizenship. And unless and until, I shouldn't say unless and until, I should say if and when the citizens take responsibility and become proactive partners with private industry, with government projects, with institutions, the impact of reform will happen only in the wake of this partnership. Okay. There is also needed to be a partnership between material development and soft power. Soft power is a very new term and it's being used globally. Soft power comprises of values, morality, ethics, technology, communication, right? And these things do not need long distance geographic transportation. They can be transferred digitally without an inch of movement. We are talking to people sitting in our homes. Partnership of human development with environmental protection. And for example, the extinction of 138,000 animals and species. A partnership of goodness of all religions. There is an initiative by this platform to bring about together different leaders of different religions and faiths, to partner with them and look at a common minimum program so that it is universal, good for all, without any differences and hatred. Another one is partnership of excess consumption to satisfy basic needs. And not, people have such exhibitionism in excessive expenditure that sometimes it is shameful, isn't it? Look at the space journey. and how many $1 million it costed, and how long did that expenditure last, and what would that expenditure have done if it was used to feed the poor, underprivileged? It could have fed a few nations for a month or so, isn't it? So there has to be that compassion and empathy between excessiveness and shortage. That is also a partnership. Global policy partnership of human values and protection. Global policy partnership of the digital muscle of the 5 oligarchs controlling the global digital architecture. Actually, come to think of it, these digital muscle men are breaking the barriers of national and geographic powers. And they are spreading using digital reach, digital ability to make an impact. If they can be reined in a positive way, they are a major force multiplier. So that's a global partnership one should try and bring about. Coming back, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is a universal mission. It talks about making one world, a united nation, as Hitesh ji says, instead of United Nations as an organization. Time to act now. Now and here is the time to act. In fact, yesterday in the chat box I had written, now and here is the time to get into action. All humans on this planet are still battling with multiple disasters of unprecedented intensity thrown at them by nature, by human conflict, with people's revolts and uprising, with political upheavals, etc., etc., etc. Humans are compulsively, on the other hand, humans are compulsively locked in and are forced, you see, this lock-in is a constraint, but it's also an opportunity to introspect. It is also an opportunity to experience simpler ways of living. Also, globally, the futility of material development and economic power in the absence of morality and values is clearly visible. And all those instances of the so-called the world's most powerful in the developing world are faltering on some count or the other. The biggest one, of course, being our very close and huge devil, dragon. The soft power of benign human values, soft intellect and culture, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, from our country, of our people, is being experienced and welcomed by all over the world. Nature is also responding positively to the compelled restraint in materialism and environmental exploitation by the developed world. The world is being compelled to reset to a new normal. And many people may not agree, but it is true that the geopolitical power equations are resetting. I wouldn't like to kind of say which way, but everyone knows what I'm talking about. All humans on this planet must pledge to commit proactive participation in the following. There is a partnership that is called for. This actually is a version of the SDG Goal 0. And the SDG Goal 0 is to pledge commitment to practice and participate in 3 ways. Way 1 is that all evolved and socially active, spiritually and intellectually self-actualized people are invited to go through the SALDB program of Hitesh Chandel ji and become avatars. They will lead the world into the golden age. The SALDB program will empower them with with insights and know-how for a universal code of citizens concept to build one United Nations for the golden age. There are many who, as it is, are spiritual leaders. All the thought leaders of different faiths agree that the core spirit and essence of all faiths is the same. They are invited to collaborate and arrive at a common universal code of citizen conduct. And this can then be propagated amongst large numbers of people who follow their faith. This is actually happening. There is a group of people who are reaching out to people of all faiths, who are having in-depth discussions, are conducting seminars and webinars, where we are coming very close to having a large network of partnerships between people of different faiths and religions. And lastly, all the residue, the entire human beings on the planet. All humans on this planet are invited to take a pledge to start their journey of small steps of self-reform to become responsible citizens. So when there is a partnership of all these three segments of the human race, reform will happen much faster than the plans maybe. And this is greatly facilitated with technology. Given a proper strategic structure, today the technology allows you and enables you to reach out to every human on this planet. Okay. So all SDG goals need impactful implementation with partnership of all stakeholders for all goals. All humans are the target audience and stakeholders for impactful implementation of SDG goals. It is not for United Nations to do it. It is for who? Who are the stakeholders? Each one of us human beings is a stakeholder. Each one of us human beings need to help and understand and implement these goals. Each one of us needs to become a driving force and a force multiplier. And the youth of today are the citizens of tomorrow. They are the primary target audience, stakeholders and the beneficiaries. हम तो निकल लेंगे कुछ साल बाद. The youth will carry on, isn't it? And they will reap the benefits of the change. And the other thing is, at least my personal observation, that today's young are far more evolved than I was when I was their age. They are more evolved, they are more conscientious, they are right thinking, they are more open-minded, they question. In fact, in many cases, quite often, the children are the conscious keepers of their families. Papa, gaadi mat chalao, speed limit hai, red light pe रुको, AC क्यों बंद नहीं किया, उस कमरे में नहीं बैठे थे. They are open-minded, they seek answers, they are mentally agile and technologically savvy. I'm talking of the youth, not us. They are active digitally, they have adapted well to the present way of life. I mean, education, entertainment, and social networking. They have adapted so well to the screen. This pandemic has brought about a disruptive development in the attitudes and behaviors of all humans on this planet. Another one, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? What is my sphere of control? What is my sphere of influence? What is my sphere of concern? And what is my sphere of awareness? Lots of people are not aware of what's happening in the rest of the world. So let us enlarge our spheres of influence, concern, and awareness. Control चाहे कम कर लो बुढ़ापे में. Okay. How are we different? How is this webinar different? We are here with a pledge to walk the talk. Let us practice our defining C's. Let us get committed Let us be passionate. Let us cooperate with each other. Let us coordinate with each other. Let us be co-flamed. Let us co-function. Let us be consistent, constant, conceptual, and collinear. Let us share our experiences. Let us experiment. Let us meet the expectations. Let us be proactive. Let us be patient. Let us be persistent. Let us be purposive. Let us be positive. It's very easy to be cynical, as Tiwari says. But if you are purposive, cynicism will go. We all who are here resonate. Let us rejoice. Let us readdress. Let us reduce consumption. Let us refuse to do things which are harmful. Let us reuse what we can. Let us repair, remodel, recover, replenish, recycle, and rethink. Let us not make this another webinar. Let us not make this another forum for sharing views. Let us pledge to walk the talk. Let us take a pledge. This summit is different. I think it is moving forward from here onwards. And I think tomorrow and tomorrow onwards, action will increase at, I call it exponential, explosive speed. Exponential and explosive, but controlled. Let us be the change we want to see. This summit is a call to action. Let us all move out of our comfort zones. Let us not procrastinate. Let's get into action now. Akhand Bharat, thanks to technology.
385.
And Vishwaguru. Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Now, where am I? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Brijesh, for this wonderful presentation and giving us a confidence that, yes, there are several responsible citizens on this planet today. If they all come together and if they understand the 17th goal alone, right, which includes every other goal, then definitely, just hold on. Yeah. Definitely, it is achievable that by 2030, because by 4th June 2025, we will be able to build the entire system with glaring clarity. So 5 years after that are sufficient enough to engage all countries towards Project YugParivartan by using the 17th goal itself. Partnership for everything, right? So thanks a lot. Thank you. So please stay on the panel. We will have several questions at the panel discussion. Now, before we go back to Pradeep Malhotra ji for completing his presentation, because it's time for our next speaker of the day. So we'll invite the fourth speaker first, and after that we will have the rest of the presentation from Pradeep Malhotra ji, and then the remaining time we will have the panel discussion. So over to you, Arvind ji. Please invite our fourth speaker of the day.
Thank you, Hitesh. As we all know, Mr. Brijesh Mathur.
अरविंद जी, आपका वीडियो नहीं आ रहा है।
मेरा वीडियो मुझे
एक मिनट,
नॉट विजिबल
नहीं आ रहा है, एक बार लाएंगे वीडियो।
Now it is coming.
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Hitesh. As we all know, Mr. Brijesh Mathur, as a responsible citizen in himself, is responsible in all his speeches, action, and all his activities. So it was wonderful listening to Mr. Brijesh Mathur. And now we are coming to our last speaker of this 17th goal. And this 17th goal has proved that without goal 0, that is self-actualization, all these goals will be a uphill task. And how we move ahead will be knowing through Mr. Ashok Arora, a well-known lawyer, was thrice elected the Secretary of Supreme Court Bar Association, India, author of a number of articles and books. He has practical experience of 50 years in the arena of spirituality, motivation, personality development, and communication skills. He established a school for training mind and soul because of his firm belief that all the problems in the world today are because of lack of training of mind and soul. Every decision in the world is influenced by purity of soul and mind. He has delivered hundreds of lectures for the benefit of students, presidents, judges, army, police, doctors, corporate, and professionals on a wide range of subjects like blissful living, stress management, parenting, complete personality development, communication skills, leadership, matrimonial issues, human rights, corporate training, team building, criminal law, constitution, etc., feeling concerned about the falling standards of physical and mental health of students world over. He resolved to renounce a lucrative law practice at the peak of his career and gracefully refused the offer to become a High Court judge to dedicate his life to guide the students. Ram Jethmalani, ex-Law Minister of India, named him Buddha of 21st century, and many call him a monk who sold his Ferrari in the real sense. He has held various positions, including Secretary, Supreme Court Bar Association, 2001, 2002, 2002, 2003, with a record margin in the history of Supreme Court Bar Association India, and 2019-20 Secretary. New Delhi Bar Association, 1989-90, 93-94, member of Committee on International Criminal Court of International Law Association. We welcome you. Please come and grace the dais, Mr. Ashok Arora.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Ashok.
Can you hear me?
Yes, your audio video is clear.
चलिए ठीक है, बात करते हैं। पहले तो मैं बहुत बहुत मुबारक देता हूँ हितेश जी को, प्रोजेक्ट युग परिवर्तन को, डिफाइंड वैल्यू कंसल्टेंट्स DVC जो इतना बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं। I think this is the most important work, most important service to society which Hitesh and your defined value consultants are giving. I was actually thrilled when I heard from a very dear friend that Hitesh ji is doing this program. So I said I would love to participate in this. And I was very happy to know the goal 17. So I was told that I am to speak on goal 17, partnership for the goals. I start with, when I say partnership for the goals, I think it is very important to know why partnership is required. I immediately recollect, which is imbibed in me since my childhood, what Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, Jin prem kiyo tin hi Prabhu payo. What Kabir said, Pothi pad pad jag muwa aur pandit bhaya na koe, dhai aakhar prem ke pade so pandit hoye. So by pandit, he did not mean the guy who does puja or performs puja. By pandit, he meant intellectual, बुद्धिजीवी जिसको हम कहते हैं। उन्होंने कहा ढाई आखर प्रेम के पड़े सो पंडित होए। तो जिसमें प्रेम नहीं है वो पंडित नहीं हो सकता, वो इंटेलेक्चुअल नहीं हो सकता, वो बुद्धिजीवी नहीं हो सकता, वो किसी के काम का नहीं हो सकता। इफ आई से लिटिल ब्लंट, पोथी पढ़ जग हुआ। डिग्रीज तो मिल जाएंगी, डिग्रीज तो नेम प्लेट पे लगाने के लिए, CV पे लगाने के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। आज दुनिया में यही प्रॉब्लम है। डिग्रीज
सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट, आपका जो कैमरा का एंगल है वो दूसरी तरफ जा रहा है, थोड़ा सा। हाँ, मतलब इट्स लाइक यू आर व्यूइंग समवेयर एल्स, ऐसा लग रहा है, तो थोड़ा सा इधर देख लीजिए।
ऐसे बेटर है?
हाँ, थोड़ा सा Yes, it's better.
तो अच्छा अब ठीक है?
हाँ जी, better है.
चलिए, तो बात हम ये कर रहे थे कि पार्टनरशिप क्यों चाहिए, ये जो गोल है हमारा, why we need partnership for the goals, because unless we sit together and with love for each other's project, the single man cannot survive, single project cannot survive. We have seen what happened in World Trade Center. So even the strongest of nation is on risk. You can't stand, you can't live life single. ये सोसाइटी लोगों की है. सोशल मैन इज अ सोशल एनिमल. ये उसी पे बना है. तो ऑल प्रोजेक्ट्स इफ दे आर टू सक्सीड, दे आर टू पार्टनर. दैट इज व्हाई गुरु नानक देव जी said, कबीर said, every philosopher said, every religion says love is God, love is God. क्यों कहते हैं love is God? And our constitution says, above all, constitution first page talks of fraternity, to promote fraternity. they say कि unless भाईचारा डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, सोसाइटी डेवलप नहीं होगी. अब डॉक्टर बोले मैं तो वकील से बात नहीं करता, वकील बोले मैं तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, मैंने क्या लेना है इंजीनियर से, वो ब्रिज बना रहा है, मैं वकालत करता हूँ. प्रोफेसर बोले मैंने क्या लेना है डॉक्टर से, वकील से. सो दैट इज व्हाई इट इज रिक्वायर्ड दैट वी पार्टनर, ऑल ऑफ अस पार्टनर. ये भाईचारा जब होगा तभी होगा ये सारा काम. एक प्रश्न मेरे को, आई एम सो थैंकफुल टू हितेश, आपने ये इतना अच्छा बना दिया. आई मीन व्हाट यू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम ए स्पीकर, तो स्पीकर का काम थोड़ा इजी हो गया मेरे को लगता है. सो जो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन विच कम्स टू मी इज, डू वी नीड ए ग्रैंड चेंज इन गवर्नेंस एंड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और द वर्ल्ड इज जस्ट डूइंग फाइन एंड बिग रिफॉर्म्स आर नॉट रिक्वायर्ड? When Gandhi said truth is God, when every religion says truth is God, why do we say truth is God? Why do Kabir still is saying, I always say, I never said Kabir said this. No, Kabir is saying, Kabir is still with us. Why is he saying, साच बराबर तप नहीं और झूठ बराबर पाप, जाके हृदय साच है ताके हृदय आप. Such is the value of truth. So when you ask me this, is the world just doing fine? And if I am to answer it truthfully, I'll say no. I must understand the truth. What is truth? Truth is, millions are without food. Millions world over go to bed empty stomach. Millions do not have access to clean drinking water, primary health, primary education. That is why Vivekananda said that those who live for others are alive. Only those who live for others are alive. Rest are more dead than alive. Why did he say that? Because he thought that if you're not thinking of the poor, you are a parasite. He went to this extent. So do I want to be a parasite? Or do I wish to be a human being? We all learned in 5th class, 6th class that man is a social animal. So who is social? Social is one who is thinking of others. And unsocial and parasite is one who is living self-centered life, only with degrees and income. If you do well in any profession, you would surely make money. But are you living like a human being? That is the question. Socrates told me 2,500 years back that you cannot teach. So I learned it from him and I tried not to teach. But he gave a big clue. He said you can make people think. So I try to make students, especially society, civil society, think. What is my purpose of life? Do I close my eyes to these realities that people are without food, without drinking water, without health? They have no self-respect. Our constitution talks of dignity of human being. Do I feel that the person is living with dignity who is not having even 1 square meal a day, drinking water? So society is not doing right. So many things are required. So many things are required. I immediately start with a very, very beautiful incident. It's a true life incident I'm narrating, sharing with friends. एक बहुत बड़ी post से, from a very, very big post. When I say big post, that means when we start the protocol, we say president is number one, then vice president, speaker, prime minister, chief justice. So somebody from that, I'm not naming the person, I'm not even naming the post. I'm quite mindful, I'm not to defame any person here. I would not identify the person. But I would narrate this incident to make people think. Somebody from a very big post retired, and a very dear friend of ours, Ram Jethlani, at the age of 90, he made a long speech. When he got down from the dais, मैंने हाथ पकड़ लिया उनका. मैंने कहा, सर आपने क्या किया? You know, he was a great orator, great human being, great lawyer, a very large-hearted lawyer. And everybody was praising, oh, Ram, you made a great speech, because he was a great orator. And he spoke well as far as normal life goes. But I said, आपने सबको बोर कर दिया. आपने जाती की हमसे. आपको आधा घंटा नहीं बोलना चाहिए था इस व्यक्ति के लिए. कहते क्या बात कर रहा है अशोक, इतनी बड़ी पोस्ट से आदमी रिटायर हुआ है तो उसकी फेयरवेल पे 20-25 मिनट आधा घंटा तो बोलना था. मैंने कहा नहीं बोलना था. आपको लगता है कि उसने अपनी ड्यूटी ईमानदारी से की, तो झटका लग गया उनको. मेरे को प्रेम करते थे, मेरी बात सुनते थे. कहते नहीं अशोक, यू आर राइट. मैंने कहा आपको लगता है कि उसको नॉलेज थी अपने सब्जेक्ट की? नहीं. आपको लगता है कि वो उसकी कमिटमेंट थी सोसाइटी के लिए? कहते नहीं. तो मैंने कहा फिर इतना लंबा भाषण क्यों? बोले मैं सबसे आगे बैठा था, वो मेरे को बुलवा लिया तो मैं कुछ तो बोलता यार उसके लिए. मैंने कहा नहीं. जहां ना पहुंचे रवि, वहां पहुंचे कवि. कवि वहां भी पहुंच जाता है जहां सूरज की किरण नहीं पहुंचती. उसका थॉट इतना ब्यूटीफुल होता है, इतनी रेंज वाइड होती है, क्योंकि वो सेंसिटिव होता है सोसाइटी के लिए. वो सोचता है कि इंसान को खाना क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है, महिलाएं सुरक्षित क्यों नहीं है, बुजुर्ग परेशान क्यों है, बच्चा हंस क्यों नहीं रहा. ये बातें सोचता है और सोसाइटी के लिए लिखता है. तो उसने ऐसी पोजीशन के भी लिख दिया कि अगर किसी नालायक आदमी के लिए तुम्हें कोई बुला ले तो तुम्हें क्या बोलना है. उसने कहा 30 सेकंड बोलिए, उतर जाइए, कोई भाषण देने की जरूरत ही नहीं. तो कहा वो मेरे को शेर भी बता दो कि क्या शेर था, क्या कविता थी. मैंने कहा कवि ये लिखता है ऐसे व्यक्ति के लिए कि क्या करें सेठ जी, क्या कारनामे कर गए, पैदा हुए, बीए किया, अफसर बने, शादी की, बच्चे पैदा किए और मर गए. This is a point to ponder over, my dear friends. कि मेरे को किस कैटेगरी में आना है, मेरा लाइफ का मिशन क्या है. That is what I say. Socrates said something very great. Make people think. मेरा मिशन क्या है? बस प्रोफेशन ज्वाइन करना, एक्सेल इन प्रोफेशन, मेक मनी, गेट मैरिड, बच्चे पैदा किए, फिर बच्चों की शादी और फिर मर गए. ये मिशन है क्या? हितेश जी, I share with you, I talk to, I shedding modesty might have addressed 100,000 students. When I ask them कि आपको किस कैटेगरी में आना है, पैदा हुए और मर गए कि कुछ कर गए. So you make them think with this anecdote, with this poetry. And every student says कि मेरे को उस कैटेगरी में नहीं आना, पैदा हुए और मर गए. मेरे को उसमें आना है, कुछ कर गए. तो अगर इतनी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं वर्ल्ड में, तो मेरे को तो कुछ कर गए में आना है ना. मेरे को जानवरों जैसे नहीं जीना. But how to explain? This is again a big challenge. They don't take lectures. लेक्चर नहीं लेते हैं स्टूडेंट भी, सिविल सोसाइटी भी, बच्चा भी, नाना नानी भी. उनको आपको इंटरेस्टिंग वे में बताना है, थ्रू सम पोइट्री, थ्रू एनेक्डोट्स, थ्रू प्ले, थ्रू मूवीज, टू मेक देम थिंक. I am convinced on this. I have been working on it for almost half a century now. At the age of 10, 12, I started this poetry and singing. And I realized कि जो शायर 30 सेकंड्स में कहता है, पोएट 30 सेकंड्स में कहता है, एंड इट मेक्स ए बिग इम्पैक्ट, वो फिलोसफर 10 घंटे में नहीं समझा सकता ना। एक कान से सुनेंगे, दूसरे से निकल जाएगा। सो देयरफॉर आई यूज दिस पोइट्री, इट इज साइंटिफिक। 10 घंटे उसको समझ नहीं आएगा, 30 सेकंड का कपलेट दिमाग में रह जाएगा। सच को जानना, कैसे सच को क्यों जानना है? क्योंकि शायर बोल रहा है, धूप में निकलो, घटाओं में नहाकर देखो, और जिंदगी क्या है किताबों को हटाकर देखो। और सिर्फ आंखों से ही दुनिया नहीं देखी जाती, दिल की धड़कन को भी रोशनी बना के देखो। मेक चिल्ड्रन थिंक कि हम ये कैसे करें, क्या करना है, सच है क्या, इतनी सफरिंग्स हैं, मेरी लाइफ का मिशन क्या है, मैंने करना क्या है। 3 things. Next thing they asked me to do is, what 3 things you think should change? Number 1, education system. It is very unfortunate that whatever our great philosophers said about education, not many people, not many countries, not many educationists are listening to that or implementing what Lincoln said 150 years back. You all know, 150 years back, Lincoln wrote to the master of his son. उसने उसको चिट्ठी लिखी कि इसको एक इंसान बना दे बढ़िया, चीजें तो लाइब्रेरी से पढ़ जाएगा। लव, कंपैशन, डिसिप्लिन, कमिटमेंट, ये सिखा दे ताकि अच्छा इंसान बन जाए और दुनिया के लिए एसेट बने, लाइबिलिटी नहीं बने। ये एक और क्वेश्चन है बच्चों के लिए, स्टूडेंट के लिए, मेरे को लाइबिलिटी बनना है लाइफ में कि एसेट बनना है सोसाइटी? मेरे को हितेश बनना है कि लोग कहें क्या बात करी हितेश, क्या आइडिया है हितेश, ग्लोबल चेंज की बात कर रहे हो। आप ये बात कर रहे हो कि हर एक घर में दिया भी जले, अनाज भी हो, अगर ना हो कहीं ऐसा तो एतराज भी हो, रहेगी कब तलक वादों में कैद खुशहाली, हर एक बार ही कल क्यों कभी तो आज भी हो। ऐसा सोचते हो हितेश? कमाल की बात है यार, क्या सोचते हो? What Buddha said about education, what Gandhi said, what Aurobindo said, what Einstein said. The real purpose is to make good human being. जो गालिब लिखते हैं, बस के दुश्वार है हर बात का आसान होना, और आदमी का ही मयस्सर नहीं इंसान होना। इंसान कैसे बनाए? एजुकेशन सिस्टम इंसान नहीं बना, मशीन और कंप्यूटर बना। डिग्रीज तो बहुत है, और डिग्रीज के बाद इंसान, आई एम सॉरी, आई एम बीइंग ब्लंट, क्योंकि इतनी सारी मिजरीज के बाद मेरे को लगता है कि खंजर कहीं चले तो तड़पता है दिल अमीर, वो सारे जहां का दर्द हमारे जिगर में है। और मैं उस पैरासाइट के बारे में सोचता हूँ जो डिग्रीज लेके सोचते ही नहीं है, और जिनके बारे में शायर लिखता है कि इस सदी में तेरे होठों पर तबस्सुम की लकीर, हंसने वाले तेरा पत्थर का कलेजा होगा। तो जो हितेश काम कर रहे हैं वो पत्थर के कलेजे वाले नहीं, दोज हु हैव एट हार्ट एट राइट प्लेस, उनको कलेक्ट करके जो एक मिशन चलाया है, वो सब मिलके एक नई दुनिया, नया ग्लोब बनाए। सो एजुकेशन सिस्टम which is producing machines and computers should be assisted, helped and guided by people like Hitesh to produce good human beings, those who think of others. Parenting, number 2, आपने 3 चीजें कही। Second thing I would like, my mission, आप समझ लीजिए, I'm sharing with you because they say practice what you preach. So I'm a lawyer, I say converse is also true. That means I can preach what I practice. So I might have committed hundreds of blunders and mistakes. Everybody commits. इंसान गलतियों का पुतला है. I had my shares of mistakes. I have no inhibition sharing that. But one thing which I did good and I feel happy and satisfied about is, ever since my child was conceived, He's 39-year-old handsome lawyer today. So 39 years plus 9 months, almost 40 years back, when he was conceived, I started studying child psychology, child development. How to bring up this child. इसकी upbringing कैसे होनी चाहिए, इसको अच्छा इंसान कैसे बनाना. Today, you all know, not even 5% of parents are friends with their children. Not even 5%. And real upbringing comes during first 5 years or impressionable age. शादी हो जाती है तो बच्चे भी हो जाते हैं, बच्चे हो जाते हैं तो आप पेरेंट्स बन गए. How many people know? You know, Justice Venkat Chalaiya, one of the finest chief justices who adorned the bench. In 99, he said that 99% of the citizens of India are not even aware of fundamental duties. And you all know one of the fundamental duty is to provide good parenting. So parents are not aware of this fundamental duty. Today you read in newspaper, one parent from a high society having big cars has produced a forged certificate of economical backward student and got admission for his child. वो बाइक पे स्टूडेंट को, बेटे को लेके जाते हैं अपनी बड़ी गाड़ी 2 करोड़ की 1 किलोमीटर पे दूर खड़ी करके, और फिर वहां से बाइक पे जाते हैं, वो बाइक फिर वहां रख के गाड़ी से लाते हैं. तो वो स्टूडेंट क्या इम्बाइब कर रहा है बच्चा? अभी तो उसकी मस्ती है, कहेगा पापा वाह मजा आ गया, हमने पागल बना दिया स्कूल को, अथॉरिटीज को. लेकिन उसके अंदर इम्बाइब क्या कर रहे हो आप? इम्बाइब क्या कर रहे हो आप? आप बड़ी सोसाइटी में रहते हो, पता नहीं कितने करोड़ के मकान में कितने करोड़ की गाड़ी, और उस बच्चे को क्या बना रहे हो? क्रिमिनल. He is criminal. If father has given certificate and son is aware, he may not be tried in court, but in juvenile court पे पक्का try हो सकता है. You are part of this. करोड़ों रुपए लेके बच्चे को criminal बना रहे. So parenting, nobody is contributing, nobody is thinking. Unfortunately, all the 75, nobody thought कि parenting तो सबसे important है. And especially in this world, when click of mouse, so much information is available. Despite good parenting, children may fail. But it is a big challenge. But chances are good parenting would protect a child, would develop a child as a good human being, good professional, asset to society. और तीसरी चीज, time is short, I'll try to wind up. Third thing is self-evolvement. This again is fundamental duty as per the constitution. Spirit of inquiry, who am I? जो स्वामी रमना महर्षि ने कहा, who am I? Which each religion is talking. Man jeete jag jeet is the fundamental ultimate of each religion. But how many of us follow our own religion? Not even 0.0001%. And how can society be global good society, what Hitesh is thinking? So we have to do what Hitesh is talking. मैं दुनिया में क्यों आया हूं? हितेश सोचते हैं ना, ये भी कई मिलियंस का पैकेज लेके आराम से रहते हैं, क्या दिक्कत है इनको? But he is thinking of others. He says my life is useless. अशोक जी खाली पैसा बना के चले गए तो क्या लाइफ? तो स्पिरिट ऑफ इंक्वायरी कि मैं दुनिया में आया क्यों? सेल्फ इवॉल्वमेंट, to be a good Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, Jain, Buddhism, whatever religion you follow. You cannot be good Hindu or Muslim or Sikh or Christian unless you develop that spirit of inquiry, unless you become an asset, resolve, commitment to self. खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रजा क्या है. Reach that level, become an asset to society. How do I become an asset to society? I don't even know how to speak. That is why I say education system. 99% people don't even know how to speak. And I share with, I studied in Harvard or Oxford, and I mean, shedding modesty, I say, talk to people from different developed societies, Switzerland, German, America. But best formula, I feel proud. I am giving this background to say, I feel proud to say that best formula on communication skill is given by our own Sant Kabir. Kabir gave us that formula, which all of us remember, but we do not implement. All of us know that. I'm very sure. All listeners know this formula. वाणी ऐसी बोलिए, मन का आपा खोए, औरन को शीतल करे, आपन शीतल होए. ऐसा बोलना है. बोली तो अनमोल है, कबीर साहब कहते हैं. जो जाने सो बोली, और लिए तराजू तोल के तब मुख बाहर खोली. He said, don't open your mouth because it is very precious. And people don't close their mouth. When I say mouth, I also mean what you write in WhatsApp. Every day, every WhatsApp, you feel like replying. 100 groups, 250 people. So you're replying to 25,000 people every day without thinking. This would not make you an asset. I talk to my lawyer friends and law graduates and law students. I say, if you have this degree and that 14-year-old girl who is being violated doesn't feel like talking to you, your degree is useless. If 90-year-old senior citizen who is being troubled by his son, daughter, or daughter-in-law or son-in-law, if he cannot share with you, your degree is useless. How would he share? Unless your personality is such, what Kabir Sahib is talking, कि मैं बात कैसे करता हूँ. मेरे से लोग बात करना पसंद करते हैं कि नहीं. जो अहमद फराज लिखते हैं, सुना है लोग उसको आंख भर के देखते हैं, तो उसके शहर में कुछ दिन ठहर के देखते हैं. सुना है बोले तो बातों से फूल झड़ते हैं. अगर ये बात है तो बात करके देखते हैं. Are you in that category? कि लोग ये सोचते हैं कि बातों से फूल झड़ते हैं, इससे बात करके देखते हैं. That 14-year-old girl says, मैं इनसे हितेश सर से बात करती हूँ, वो बहुत सेंसिटिव है. उनके पास लॉ की डिग्री तो नहीं है, बट हितेश सर सेंसिटिव. या सीनियर सिटीजन कहता है, हितेश से बात कर लो बेटा, उसको चुपचाप जाके बताओ, हितेश से मेरी बात कराओ. हर आदमी से नहीं करेगा पर्सनल पेज शेयर. ये ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड नहीं बनेगा if people are stiff neck, which most of them are, especially the intellectual, so-called intellectual. I call them intellectual. I don't call them real intellectual. They are pseudo-intellectuals. That Kabir has said that. Pandit Bhaya koi. He says, no, you are not an intellectual. You may have a degree. The degree doesn't make you intellectual. It doesn't make you an asset. It is only a license to be an asset. Your degree is only a license. Is not the ultimate. What Iqbal Sahib is saying, गुजर जा अक्ल के आगे के अनूर, चिरागे राह है, चिरागे मंजिल नहीं है. ये डिग्री मंजिल नहीं हो सकती. ये 2 करोड़ की गाड़ी, 50 करोड़ का मकान मंजिल नहीं हो सकती. ये तो लाइबिलिटी हो गई. ये तो ब्लॉट हो गई कि डिस्पाइट दैट यू आर यूजलेस. ये तो ब्लॉट हो गई. लाइफ का पर्पस क्या है? एजुकेशन का पर्पस क्या है? जब तक हम ये सारी बातें नहीं करते, तब तक कोई फायदा ही नहीं है डिग्री. मैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे जाता हूं. व्हाट इज योर विजन, गोल्डन एज और एन आइडियल वर्ल्ड? विजन तो यही है कि हर एक घर में दिया भी जले, अनाज भी हो. अगर ना हो कहीं ऐसा तो ऐतराज नहीं. लेकिन होगा ये तभी when many people develop that spirit of inquiry. Look within. जो इकबाल साहब कहते हैं, अपने दिल में डूब के पा जा सुरागे जिंदगी, तू अगर मेरा ना बना मत बन, अपना तो बन, अपना तो बन, तब बनेगी सोसाइटी. When many people, we need few million to make good human being, few million. Hitesh, it's a good beginning he has done, and good he collected so many people who think that. I'm so happy. I listened to some speeches. There are, I don't wish to take names because I'll miss few names, but most of them were very good. I mean, I listened to them and I congratulate. That is why I say Hitesh and team कि आप इतने सब लोग साथ मिला के लाए, society कुछ better होगी. Then it says, describe your mission of life and how this United States Sustainable Development relates to your mission. Mission is people should perform fundamental duties. Every right corresponds to fundamental duty. If policeman performs duty, you get right to liberty. If Patwari performs duty, you get your right to property. If judge performs duty, you get your rule of law and justice. If parents perform duty, you get your right to get good parenting. So mission is there should be good parenting. We should produce good human beings to make society good. We all say, उस मोहल्ले में बड़े अच्छे लोग हैं, बड़ा अच्छा मोहल्ला है, क्योंकि ज्यादा लोग अच्छे हैं. इस दुनिया में ज्यादा लोग अच्छे हैं, देखिए. But still society is suffering. Why? Because that spirit of inquiry is not there. I was studying in Harvard, and one professor who was teaching world religion, he asked me a question. He said, Ashok, I am told in India, 99% people are religious. I said, yes. I mean, you're right. I mean, roughly more than 99% people in country, they believe in one or the other religion, and they go to a temple, mosque, gurdwara, church, or anywhere, their own. He says still 2/3 people are without food, or 1/3, whatever may be the number. How is it happening? Is it not contradictory? People in the world are religious, but still people are hungry. Why? Because they have not understood the meaning of their own religion. Religion is to unite. Religion is to connect yourself with self. And self is saying, only those who live for others are alive. So all those living self-centered life are living like parasites. They are to be told, they are to be shaken up, they are to be woken up. And I 100% believe in beauty of soul. I'll share with Hitesh and team my books. These are available free. I email them, and hard copy is always available. Whosoever is visiting me, or I can send across. There I talk of beauty of soul, but Vivekananda said fundamentally soul is divine. I go a step ahead, say basically soul is divine. It is only when soul is tempted, soul is illiterate, soul has not learned, that soul becomes not divine. लोग नशे में हैं, सुबह होती है, शाम होती है, जिंदगी यूं ही तमाम होती है. इसलिए people are suffering because of silence of good people, so-called good, although I won't call them good. Somebody who's not committing crime. This is a point again what Socrates said, make them think. This is again a point to think. जो चाकू नहीं मारता, गाली नहीं देता, चोरी नहीं देता, वो बहुत अच्छा इंसान नहीं है, वो क्रिमिनल नहीं है, हम ये कह सकते. अच्छा इंसान हितेश है, विवेकानंद थे, सोक्रेटिस थे, लिंकन थे, आइंस्टीन थे, मंडेला थे, भगत सिंह थे, 23 साल की उम्र में. क्यों? This again society is to think. Very recent, there was a survey to opinion poll was there to find out or to name the best statesman, best freedom fighter. 36% people said Bhagat Singh. And why all these leaders were much, much below him? Because he finished his talk in 23 years. Why? How could I finish? Or he finished? He finished because he read few hundred books. He looked within. Mera life ka purpose kya hai? 23-year-old boy is saying, Mera marna kaam aayega. My marna would unite society, mera jeena kaam nahi aayega. Imagine. वो खाली बम नहीं फेंका उसने. He was the tallest of all, intellectual giant, tallest statesman ever born on earth, I'll say. Because by 23, he finished all this philosophy and went. He said, don't talk of Hindu-Muslim. They'll keep fighting. Don't talk of this. Stay united, which is said in 1931. And leaders here could not understand in 1947. So this is a question to think. Do I become a Bhagat Singh statesman? Or perform few things which before I leave this world, I feel satisfied? Or even when I am living, how do I become an asset? I would be an asset if I'm laughing, if I'm joyful. So first I am to fill myself like Hitesh has filled with joy and wisdom, so that people feel like talking. मेरे अपने बैंक में 400 है तो मैं कैसे 10,000 रुपए दे सकता हूँ? नहीं दे सकता, दे ही नहीं सकता. So I am to fill myself with joy and wisdom to become an asset, to be happy all the time. Most important, to be happy all the time. Then only I am an asset. Otherwise, I am a liability. So I am to think, do I become a liability or an asset? And how do I become an asset? Only when I'm full of joy, full of wisdom. Every time happy. So if I'm not happy, they should not say, Ashok, come. He'll say, oh, are you good? Are you doing good? Do you have time? I said, yes, I'm doing good. I'm having time. Otherwise, I'm having headache here. I'm not well. I'm busy. Many people would not. Hitesh would tell you. Many people would have said no. And I'm happy they are not here. Because somebody who said no, that means either he's not having enough wisdom or is not having intent to talk about society, to improve society. So why should we tell him, no, please come? No, never say, please come. The moment person says, I am not available, you say, thank you very much, sir. Your name is deleted. We go for other persons. So keep deleting the poor people. They're all poor with a lot of money. As I told you, that guy. Observation and shortcomings. Again, shortcomings, United Nations at times doesn't take stand. United Nations again is not making enough. It's making some efforts, not making enough efforts, or reasonable, not even reasonably good efforts to make good human beings. But our great constitutional expert, Dr. Ambedkar, said constitution would be as good as the people who govern it. So United Nations would be as good as the people who would govern it. Any nation would be as good as the people who would govern it are living there, controlling the institutions. So we are to make efforts, wake them up, shake them up. What have you already contributed? Now this becomes difficult, you know. This becomes difficult because to say about self is difficult. But yes, since question is there, I say with great sense of satisfaction that for last more than 25 years, I have been contributing more than 99% of my time for guiding students. to try and make them think, how do I become a good human being? There are a lot of YouTube talks, couple of books I authored, couple of articles I've written. I traveled to mainly North, but other cities also, Maharashtra, even in America, Dubai, Canada. Wherever I get an opportunity to talk to students at civil society, I do this. And I 100% believe in this. अपने लिए जिए तो क्या जिए, ऐ दिल तो जी ज़माने के लिए. And I keep singing that song. I'm a good singer too. Why I'm saying this? Because how to become an asset, that again is an attempt to become an asset and sing and convey a message. किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है. जिंदगी जिंदा दिली का नाम है. मुर्दा दिल क्या खाक जिया करते हैं. If you are to become an asset, चाह गई चिंता मिटी मनवा बेपरवाह, और जाको कछु ना चाहिए वो ईशा हो पेशा. Once you renounce your personal desires and make a resolve to become an asset and do good, sky is the limit. But for that, first you are to be smiling all the time, all the time, all the time. And my contribution is I have resolved and lived like this. कि हजूमे गम भी मेरी फितरत बदल ना सका, मैं क्या करूं, मुझको तो आदत है मुस्कुराने की. Because I know only when I'm smiling, Hitesh would say, sir, ये दो बच्चों को जरा गाइड कर दीजिए. Otherwise, I am a liability. I do not want to live like a liability, even for my own satisfaction. It's very important. What is your take on role of business organization? Same what Vivekananda said. CSR, you all know. CSR, corporate social responsibility, is for most of them corporate social formality. For most of them, it is corporate social fraud. I'm not naming. Again, I am very careful. But there are corporate social accounts from which money goes to the brother-in-law, sister-in-law. वो गाड़ी ले ली, उसको घर दे दिया, उसको ये दे दिया. It's all going to their own bogus organizations. Not spending intelligently. Social responsibility. It is not formality. I was speaking at some function and they said, why did you invite this man? He's talking that most of us are doing this corporate social formality. It is not. Social responsibility, how intelligently I use this money to improve parenting, to improve health, to provide good education, to provide good sports. Not formality. So they can do a lot. What are the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat that you feel? Strength is, word is beautiful. If I am positive, I am helpful. And there are people who are very positive, very helpful. There are beautiful people like Hitesh and Divesh and Shafiq. There are good people for sure. Weakness is, there are many parasites who made crores through this society, learned in this society, but their contribution is either nil or negative or negligible. You make 10 crore and you spend 1 lakh, 2 lakh. That too formality. That is weakness. How do you see your vision converging with project? Oh, that is converging because with Hitesh it was love at first sight. And it is not physical sight I am talking of his insight. That is what mission is. What mission is. to make a good society. What help do you seek from project to empower your vision? We all work together towards this mission to make society a better place to live. We are all, I end with this short anecdote where I go to Kashmir. A student, very intelligent student, well-read, well-settled. I told him that, dear, you need not accompany me to every school and college because I talk same things and why do you waste time? He said, sir, मैं enjoy करता हूँ आपके साथ घूमना. आप सारी बात शायरी में करते हैं तो उसका जवाब मैं शायरी में दे देता हूँ कि सर अजीजों को उनकी राह मुबारक हो, हम सरफिरों के साथ कोई सरफिरा चले. तो हम सब सरफिरे मिले हैं. हितेश, आपकी सोसाइटी, दिवेश, शफीक, हम सब मिलके, हमारे सुशील जैन जी IITian जो हैं वो पुटनी है, हम सब मिलके सरफिरे, इनको सरफिरे कहते हैं लोग, जो स्वामी राम तीर्थ कहते थे, हम बिगड़े दिमागों में भरे मौजों के लच्छे हैं और हमें पागल ही रहने दो, हम पागल ही अच्छे हैं. ऐसे पागल लोग जो सोसाइटी का सोचते हैं, मिलके काम करें, बच्चों के साथ एक मिशन बनाएं, उनको बताएं कि लाइफ का पर्पस क्या है. डिग्री लेना, बड़ी गाड़ी लेना, बड़ा बंगलो बनाना, ब्रांडेड शूज पहनना, ये लाइफ का पर्पस नहीं हो सकता. शायर ये कहता है कि फिजाए अर्श पे उड़ना तो कोई बात नहीं, किसी के दिल में उतरना कमाल है प्यारे. ऐसा कुछ बने, या ऐसा बने कि हमारे माँ बाप दुखी हो. वो बच्चा जिसने 3 दिन पहले, आपको पता है कि अभी एक मर्डर किया एक लड़की का, ये बच्चों को बात बतानी चाहिए. आपको ऐसा बनना है कि मेरी माँ को ही मेरे पे अफसोस हो पैदा करने पे, या ऐसा बनना है कि मेरी माँ कहे मेरा बेटा भगत सिंह बना, भगत सिंह की लाइफ. If I can't be sincere to my own parents, to my own self, is it life worth living? जो अमिताभ बच्चन एक पिक्चर में कहते थे, ये जीना भी कोई जीना है लल्लू. तो ये सोचना है मेरे को, ये जीना भी कोई जीना है. Do I make life celebration by being happy and useful? Or do I make life difficult? Because converse is also true. Life is very beautiful. I start with positive. Very beautiful. If I am happy and positive and I wish to do good. But life is very difficult. Opposite also true. Because Shair says, कितना मुश्किल है जिंदगी की कहानी लिखना, जैसे बहते हुए पानी पे पानी से पानी लिखना. It's so difficult. So let's make people, student think कि मेरे को difficult बनानी है कि beautiful बनानी. Thank you very much. I am mindful about the time. Hitesh, is it over? My time, I think, is about to be over. And my email is very simple. I can share anybody having, because we will not be able to take all the questions, I'm sure. My email is like my name runs, Ashok Arora 2310@gmail.com. Anybody having any question, we have this Supreme Court Lawyers Conference. We do a lot of free legal aid work, free help. Anybody having any problem can write to us. And thank you once again, Hitesh. Thank you very much. I'm so happy, blessed, thrilled to be with you. And
thanks a lot, Ashok ji. If you had not reminded us of the time slot completion, we would have continued to listen to you without any disturbance anywhere.
There is always next time.
Yes. So your session today has ended, but the continuity of flow of thoughts from you to us should continue unabated.
Always available.
And Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is waiting for divine souls like you to channelize that energy which the divine consciousness has given us, so that It's like whosoever gets this divine consciousness, they are trusty. They are trusted by God
Yes.
himself to pass it on to all other people as well.
Absolutely.
Really completely speechless about what you have said today. It's very heart touching, soul touching. And we would love to listen more from you. Wonderful. Thank you. So now I would like to invite my colleague.
हितेश जी,
हाँ जी,
ऐसे में एक शेर है, ऐ दोस्त मुझे न दिखाए राह मोहब्बत कि इस राह से मेरी राह गुजर नहीं, क्योंकि अब हम धर्म पथ पे चल चुके हैं, इस राह से अब मेरी राह गुजर नहीं. बहुत बढ़िया.
In fact, Arvind ji, I was about to ask you to come up with some shairana andaz. And I think it's like Ekatmata, you have listened to it without me saying the same explicitly, because that's the best way to, yeah, that's the best way to give thanks to Ashok Arora ji. Thank you very much. Okay, so with this, I would like to invite Pradeep Malhotra ji once again to complete his presentation on how this 17th goal can be implemented by enabling more partnership between various individuals, organizations, and countries, so that all of us can see in this life frame itself a golden age wherein everything is working as per the eternal principles. So Pradeep ji, over to you. We have next 10 minutes for your presentation to complete, post which we'll start the panel discussion between all the panelists of the day today.
देखिए, जिन गहराइयों में अशोक जी हमें ले गए हैं, उसमें निकलने के लिए मुझे समय लगेगा. और समय परिवर्तन से युग परिवर्तन, एब्सोल्युटली. बाकी डिटेल में बातें अशोक जी करेंगे आपके साथ, समय मिलेगा. So now, yeah, can you see my presentation?
बढ़िया आ रही है सर आवाज.
आवाज आ रही है पर प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं आ रही है अभी प्रदीप जी.
एक सेकंड.
Yes, it is coming now.
So I may have a grace period of 5 minutes. I'll request you. But
okay, so it is 2:23 now, and let us have it till 2:40. So we'll have 15 minutes panel discussion. Yeah, so you have 17 minutes.
Sure. So the idea is that in hospitality sector, there are many world chains, the NH hotels and worldwide. I mean, the focus is we care for the people we host. We care for the destinations where our hotels are located. They actually work for the development of the local area in terms of environment, in terms of employment, and many other like what we cover under UN SDG. We care for the planet we live on. So NH Group is one of them. I'm not going in more details. Vidam Worldwide, Intercontinental Hotels, and Accor. Now, Marriott Hotels are working in SDG goals in the area of end poverty, fight inequality and injustice, and tackle climate change 2030 and by 2030, and usually hotel, including the hotel operations, everything is as per the norms of the UN SDG. To conclude, it's about inclusive and sustainable economic growth, social inclusiveness, employment and poverty reduction, resource efficiency, environmental protection and climate change, and cultural values, diversity and heritage, and mutual understanding, peace and security. So these are the areas. You can imagine the largest smokeless industry in the world is focusing on all these areas, and which is most important is generating employment, as per what I see. Now, coming to CSR, I've been involved in this for some time. The shift in the mindset is that we contribute to society because we are successful. एहसान जैसे कर रहे होते थे, और वो था दूसरा, we are successful because we contribute to the society. There's a creating shared value. To give an example of Dawat, they have made a group of farmers in Madhya Pradesh same lines as Amul, you can say, but they're not very formal structure as a cooperative. But they have invited those farmers, and they cultivated their lands. They gave them the best quality seeds to and for the rice for them to produce, and then a buyback arrangement from them. So this is the value shared CSR that some of the companies are doing. Now here, this is coming, you see, from management to production to creating shared value. And this is the whole process that most of the organizations are adapting now. Companies like these and NGOs, and also as a Dawat and Nestle shared value incentives. But I'm not, the way forward, how do we address these goals? Partnership and collaborations. See, I'm not going in much on the details because I have to cover the how. Developing new transformational partnerships, that is there. Connecting with others and sharing knowledge will help in understanding. Knowledge and resources, not the data and information and knowledge converting into as a nectar in the wisdom. And the natural resources and our own resources that will club together. Shared vision and ambition. Unless and until there is a shared vision and there is an ambition aligned with the organizational vision, so only then we can make PYP goals a success. Not only just limiting to the UN SDG goals. And strategic leadership is required. Like in PYP, our focus is not on producing followers. The leadership is to produce leaders. And that is why the step that DVC, PYP and Hitesh that you have taken of self-actualized leadership, that is the key. That is the key what Ashokji was also mentioning too. The yahan par hai mindset mein. That is what Vinova Bhaveji has shared. So that is it. Quality collaboration is a prerequisite for success. Quality means quality. And work proactively and willingly. Where and when? Here and now. Of course, it's now in the present. Community now, PYP Community for Global Transformation. So we have, we don't have to leave anybody behind. We have to take people along with us. Sustainable development goals are the guiding factors. CSR, most of the companies are a support structure, but they have their own CSR policies, focus on the policies that they have chosen, whether women empowerment or education or HIV, AIDS or COVID, everybody has their own individual policies and we have to do research on that. Fostering relationship, bridging the gap, this is what we as PYP are supposed to be doing. This is the whole thing in a nutshell. And of course, code of citizen conduct as shared earlier, you may call it Bible, you may call it Bhagavad Gita or Quran. This is it for establishing the golden age that we are talking about. देखिए, संगम युग already है, अवतार आ चुके हैं. Influence is there. We are just entering the golden age. जो अशोक जी ने बात कही थी कि अच्छे लोग अभी भी हैं, अच्छे लोग अभी भी ज्यादा हैं. उसी वजह से हम ये आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. And then you see the Otto Scharmer, the professor from MIT and author of Theory U, had divided this goal into three parts: spiritual, ecological, and people, according to the functions and activities. But what PYP has said, it is goal zero: the spirituality, the spiritual mindset, the self-actualization. Without that, these will not run. Otherwise, these things, what we're talking, the goals are just in the doing domain. We have to bring it, our being, into this. And then, avastha se vyavastha jo main kehta hu, tab wo shuru hoga. And then the three ways to happiness, bridging the three divides, which the slide I had shown earlier. One suggestion I'd like to give again and again is PYP, SIG resources, partnership, CSR collaborations. We have to create our wisdom circles or special interest groups or SMEs, subject matter experts. We have to, according to the UNSDG goals, we must have our teams create a platform for haves and have-nots both. For the students and the teachers both. Researchers and the fellowship for this is both. Create that platform. We let us be focused on what we are good at. Let the wisdom work collectively in those functions and then create a global impact. So mission PYP, UN SDG, ecosystem, growth, sustainability, and oneness. And then we establish our network from domestic to international. Now, 3 points we had told Hitesh ji, 3 points. So the first is, as a PYP, we have to create awareness, educate people about it, and then advocacy of promoting these goals and promoting the self-actualized leadership qualities. We have to do advocacy for that. So spirituality plays a very, very vital role in self-development, and then we go to the world development. Intention, commitment, and call to action. Pure intention, commitment, call to action. These are the steps with open mind, open heart, and open will. So 12 ways, I'm not going in detail in this, I'm coming straight to this is available, so no problem. So as an action, what we need to have is, there are various platforms that we as PYP should be joining. Charity.org, partner with us. The UN Global Compact, this is what I was talking about earlier. We have an office in Chanakyapuri in Delhi. And B1G1.com, Sustainable Development Goals. So all the resources are available on this platform. But we have to begin with, start with your own PSR, personal social responsibility. I resonate with all the views shared by our friend Dr. Ashok Rodaji, that yes, Sma Parivartan se Yug Parivartan, I'll repeat. And there's one suggestion more I like to give here, is the way forward is partner with community radios. We have more than 500 community radios in most of the villages in the country. We can partner with them to propagate our message at the panchayat level, at the grassroots levels also, in pan-India villages in various states. I've been quite involved with them for getting them CSR support, and also with the IT wing of Brahma Kumaris, we are doing various programs with these people. So this is very, very effective media to join hands with and involve volunteers from that grassroots levels. And also, on the other hand, bring the corporates and others together to generate employment in their local areas. So the outward immigration is stopped and inward immigration takes place. And yes, this is one app I'll request everybody to download. 17 goals to transform our world. This app, which is called SDG Action App. It's on the Play Store. So see what other people around you are doing to achieve the global goals, and be inspired to take action on your own. Join and act what somebody is doing. See an action you like. You can take part in other people's actions and invite your friends to join you. And then they can be brought to our wisdom circles. And create an action. Make your voice heard by creating actions to achieve the global goals and by inviting others to participate. So these are the few steps, and thank you very much. I think I have completed within the allocated time. So I thank you all once again. And yes, we collectively have to move forward in implementing the UN SDG goals, rather make our own PY SDG goals. One thing I tell you regarding CSR, one point I wanted to add was that there are many more areas under our Section 135 of Companies Act. Schedule 7 has much more activities, including youth empowerment, women empowerment, sports, slum area development, Ganga Abhiyan, PM fund, whatever it is. So we must look into that also. And if you compare, we have more of goals to be achieved under our CSR policies also. And if we do it ethically and responsibly and efficiently, we together can produce results for the development of the human being and the planet. With these words, I thank you and I sign off. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Pradeep. Thank you very much for showing us one more version of how to do it, because after the vision is set up, the next obvious question that comes from people is how to do it. So there must be a common vision for the entire world, but there can be several how through which we can achieve the final objectives. So from that angle, how the process that you have shown has really enlightened us to integrate that also with the overall Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, which we are kind of developing as a master how of all the hows available on the planet today. Everyone is welcome to synergize in the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, board this ship, because we all are anyways on a shared spaceship called as planet Earth, which is moving towards the catastrophic problems, failures and all, if we do not do the course correction in time. So time is really running out. So we should not wait anymore and collaborate through the goal number 17 of the UN SDG as fast as possible. So with this, I would like to throw it open as a panel discussion. It is 2:36 now. So till 2:55, we will have a panel discussion, followed by a vote of thanks and the next 2 days plan. So I request all the audience and even the panelists to ask question by raising their hands or typing it in the chat box. Yes, so questions, let us start from Arvind ji. Yes, Arvind ji, please ask your question and then we will move forward.
When we come to this 17th goal, 17th goal says partnerships for the goals. Means it is all inclusive. All 1 to 16 goals come directly into goal number 17. When it becomes all inclusive, and there are so many goals which are interdependent, like life on earth, life below water, and poverty, they are directly, indirectly interrelated. How it is seen by the panel when it comes so many goals being almost same, but having different heads, and then ultimately culminating into partnerships for the goals.
Arvindji, the 16 goals all have a different purpose, but collectively, yes, there's one purpose, that is well-being of the entire humanity and the planet. We are talking about the internal environment and the external environment both. Now, I'll just go through, just give me 2 minutes, which, in a very actually humorous way I had prepared, that how do you remember these and how do you link these goals? So I'll share a story. मैं भी उसको याद कर रहा हूँ, प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ कि ये सब याद हो, तो मैं थोड़ा अभी पढ़ के बोलूंगा. There was a poor boy named Raju. He was living in extreme poverty. Now look at all the goals owned by. There was a poor boy named Raju. He was living in extreme poverty. Hence, was always hungry because there was no food. Because of that, there was no good health. He was very weak, unable to even get up or even read, because he was not able to focus and concentrate because of this thing. And obviously, because of that, there was a gender bias. There was not inequality. People never used to respect him or go close to him. So from his poverty, from his hunger, from his health, and then to gender bias, and there was of course no education. There was no money. So because of no funds, no education, no health, and he faced a lot of gender inequality. There was no source of clean water at home, no energy, and of course no employment. Because of all these circumstances, he had no qualification to get a good employment or source of income. Business difference to be removed between haves and have-nots. Then some members of the PYP sat together that we must co-create an ecosystem where we together create an awareness and educate people to remove inequality between haves and have-nots, can build sustainable cities and communities, Vedic cities, code of citizens conduct, and be consumption responsible. fulfill our needs and greed, not greed. We need to behave responsibly and keep our environment clean, love underwater living and non-living beings, overland water and land, so land, sea, and love beautiful earth, and keep and spread message of peace. And all this is possible, peace and justice, and all that is possible only by forming groups, community, partnerships, and collaborations. So all 17 goals are covered under this, and they're all linked. I hope I am able to answer the question.
Very nicely said. Very nicely
Great,
said.
Pradeep ji. I'll just
अब अशोक जी इसके ऊपर पोइट्री बनाकर भेजेंगे हमको.
people.
Right, right.
So Ashok Arora ji, your views on this, and then it's a great question. Well,
Surely we need a Galib. We need a Galib to help us recall all these 17 goals in a fraction of a second. आपका म्यूट आ रहा है वो अशोक जी, एक बार उसको अनम्यूट कर लीजिए. ये आ रहा है. मैंने प्रॉम्प्ट भेजा है आपको, एक बार प्रॉम्प्ट को ओके कर दीजिए. हाँ, एक बार हुआ था अभी, हो गया.
हो गया. कैन यू हियर
हाँ
मी
जी.
नाउ?
यस यस.
वो मेरे को लगता है आप ही ने मेरे को बंद कर रखा था.
नहीं ऐसा नहीं. मैंने अनम्यूट के लिए वो प्रॉम्प्ट भेजा था.
नहीं, मे बी देयर इज समबडी इंटेलिजेंट इन द मैनेजमेंट, दे फील कि इसको म्यूट कर दो तो लोगों को चैन रहेगा, नहीं तो फिर ये कुछ शेरो शायरी करेगा. मैं इस बात का, इससे आपने कहा कि शायरी में जवाब होना चाहिए, मैं बिल्कुल आई स्टार्ट एंड गो बैक टू द थिंग फ्रॉम वेयर आई स्टार्टेड. अपना ये जो नानक साहब का और कबीर साहब का और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जो है फ्रेटर्निटी का, जो मी माइंड का कंसेप्ट है ना, मी माइंड से गड़बड़ होगा. तो प्रदीप जी ने कहा कि आप शायरी में जवाब देते, जो प्रदीप जी ने कहा मैं उसको शायरी में कहा. प्रदीप जी इंटेलेक्चुअल हैं, इतना पढ़े लिखे हैं, मैं पढ़ा लिखा नहीं, मैं शायरी कर करके ही बड़ा हो गया. तो इसका जवाब शायरी में मेरे को बड़ा अच्छा लिखता है कि प्रेम का मतलब ये, अब प्रेम का मतलब ये नहीं है कि मेरे को अपने प्रोजेक्ट से प्रेम, वो हो ही नहीं सकता, वो नकली होगा. कि मेरा तो यार सिर्फ ये सीनियर सिटीजन को मैंने हेल्प करनी है, मैंने क्या लेना बच्चों से, वो गड़बड़ हो जाएगा. वो मी माइंड का जो प्रेम है, अगर मेरे इफ आई एम लविंग ओनली और कमिटेड ओनली टू माई प्रोजेक्ट, माई गोल आउट ऑफ 17, इट वुड नॉट हैपन. सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी देयर इज अ जीरो गोल. सो 0 और 17 में जब तक नहीं आऊंगा, मेरे बाकी गोल यूजलेस है. At times my goal would be totally, I am say, useless or would not be that helpful unless everybody is converging into that. जो वो कहता है कि प्रेम, अब मैं तो वकील हूं ना, तो प्रदीप जी पूछ लेंगे यार तू अच्छा वकील है, तूने प्रेम की डेफिनेशन तो बताई नहीं, प्रेम प्रेम बोलता रहा. तो मेरी प्रेम की डेफिनेशन वो है, या मेरी गोल 17 की डेफिनेशन ये है कि जर्रे जर्रे में उसी का नूर है, झांक तू दिल में ना वो तुझसे दूर है, इश्क है उससे तो सबसे इश्क कर, इस इबादत का यही दस्तूर है. तो मैं जब तक सारे गोल से इश्क नहीं करता, कमिटमेंट नहीं रखता, मेरा अपना गोल वो गोल रहेगा ही नहीं. और जब मैं सबसे कर रहा हूँ, और प्रदीप क्या चल रहा है आजकल तुम्हारे गोल में, आजा यार शाम को बैठते हैं, ड्रिंक लेंगे, बात करेंगे. तो यू नो आई वुड हेल्प हिम, ही वुड हेल्प मी, आपस में डिस्कस करना, बातचीत करना प्रेम से. तो दैट इज हाउ आई से. वो फिदा हुसैन ने भी इस पे बड़ा अच्छा लिखा था कि एक लफ्ज़े मोहब्बत अदना सा फसाना है, सिमटे तो दिले आशिक और फैले तो जमाना है. अगर सिमट गया ना प्रेम और कमिटमेंट अपने गोल को, तो वो बेकार हो जाएगा. और फैले तो जमाना है, मैं तो सारे गोल अपने हैं यार. इसमें हितेश जी ने मेरी ड्यूटी इसमें लगाई है, तो इसलिए मैं आजकल यहाँ इस सड़क पे झाड़ू दे रहा हूँ, बट गोल तो सारे मेरे. ये कमिटमेंट एक होगी ना जब तक, तो उसके बिना नहीं होगा, मैं समझता हूँ. देयरफॉर दिस गोल इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. थैंक यू.
बिल्कुल. एक्चुअली एक देशीय, जब हम सिर्फ अपना गोल देखते हैं तो वो एक देशीय अप्रोच हो जाती है. बट इफ यू टॉक
हो नहीं
अबाउट,
सकती. वर्ल्ड ट्रेड सेंटर तो लिविंग एग्जांपल है ना, स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ऑफ कंट्री. उन्होंने 2 टावर ही उड़ा दिए कि चलो भाई छुट्टी, जाओ. स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट क्या रह गया? स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट
तो इसीलिए एक देशीय अप्रोच नहीं, सर्वदेशीय अप्रोच होनी चाहिए।
Yes, that is why Hitesh, I salute you and I admire your wisdom and project. यही इसके बिना होगा नहीं, इसके बिना होगा ही नहीं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो
आपने जो बात कही और हितेश जी जो कह रहे हैं आदि हो गए आधे काम करने के। जैसे आपने बोला सारे गोल हमारे हैं, सारी चीज हमारी है, तो हम एक नेक्स्ट एक सारे काम करते हैं। और
थोड़ा सा
कारण है
वॉइस
कि जब भी
क्लैरिटी
हम
नहीं आ
बात
रही है अरविंद
करें
जी।
जी
हाँ जी।
तो जब भी हम बात करते हैं, जैसे हम लोग हमेशा कहता हूँ वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हम क्यों कहते हैं? वसुधैव कुटुंबकम से कोई भावना नहीं आती है जब तक हम यह ना कहें अयम निजः परो वेति गणना लघु चेतसाम उदार चरिता नाम तू वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। जब हम ये पूरी बात करते हैं तो पूरा अर्थ जाता है, तो हमें पूरे में ही काम करना है। और इसलिए जो गोल नंबर 17 है बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि ये सारे 16 गोलों को अपने संग आत्मसात करता है। जी ब्रिजेश माथुर जी।
हाँ, मेरे को अपना खुद का एक डिस्कशन में मैंने कहा था, इंसानियत के 2 भाग कर दिए थे, इंसान और नियत। अगर इंसान की नियत नेक है तभी इंसानियत उसमें आएगी।
बहुत बढ़िया, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल।
तो एक और मुझको याद है, आई हैड कम फ्रॉम बॉम्बे टू दिल्ली and my son was living in the house alone in Bombay. And while he was living in the house alone, उसने मेरे एक फ्रेंड से 2 न्यूबॉर्न बिल्लियां ले आया, पेट कैट्स। Then I said, यार तू अकेला घर में रहता है, तू how can you take care of 2 cats? उसने कहा, no dad, I'll take care. And then we had problems with the cat living in the house. And then we went to the friend who had given those cats to him. And he said कि ब्रिजेश एक बार ले ली तो जिंदगी भर का साथ है। और जिस इंसान में ये केयरिंग का भाव है ना, वो एक इंसान एक उत्तम इंसान है। वो सिर्फ बिल्ली की केयरिंग के लिए बिल्ली के बच्चे को नहीं लाया, वो अपने भाव को प्रकट करने के लिए बिल्ली के बच्चे को उसकी देखभाल करने के लिए लाया। और आज 10 साल हो गए और मैं अपने बेटे की मिसाल देता हूँ फॉर अ क्वालिटी ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग दैट ही इज। सो इंसान और इंसानियत का फर्क अगर हर एक इंसान अपना ले तो शायद ये दुनिया जल्दी बदल जाए।
वेरी गुड, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल,
वेरी नाइस ब्रिजेश जी। Thanks for contributing, Brijesh ji. We have one more hand raised from Mr. Praveen Mehra. Yes, Praveen ji, your question, please. You can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Ji. Good evening to all. Again, I'm seeing 2 Punjabis on the screen, feeling very good. Ashok ji, you were absolutely marvelous in your poetic way. You explained a lot of good things. And Pradeep ji, this is my second time that I am listening to you, yes. And it felt just as good. 2 पंजाबी बैठे हैं स्क्रीन पे, तो मैं भी एक शेर मार दूं सर?
अरे वाह, बहुत
Go ahead.
इरशाद।
वैज तेरी दुआओं में असर हो तो मस्जिद को हिला के दिखा, नहीं तो 2 घूंट पी और मस्जिद को हिलता देख। 2 में से
अब बात आपने तो सब खिला दिया प्रवीण जी।
नहीं, 2 पंजाबी बैठे हैं तो फिर ये बात ना हो तो फिर अधूरा सा रह जाता है माहौल।
नहीं, अच्छा है, वट एवर यू फील गुड, यू नो। नियत की अभी बात कर रहे थे, जिसकी नियत अच्छी है ना, वो इसलिए ये सब कुछ अच्छा है। किसी को ये नहीं जाने की घूट की बात नहीं कर सकते। अभी ब्रिजेश जी ने नियत की कितनी अच्छी बात की। अल्टीमेटली नियत, मेरे को आपने एक याद करा दिया। मैं एक प्रिंसिपल्स की क्लास कर रहा था, तो उसमें मैं जनरल बात कर रहा था कि देखो भैया, दुख सुख तो सबकी लाइफ में रहता है। और वहां वो ज्यादा लेडी प्रिंसिपल्स थी, तो मैंने उनको बोला जैसे देखो सीता और द्रौपदी ने इतने सेक्रीफाइस के बाद भी दुख सहा, तो ऐसी बात नहीं है कि दुख सुख सबको रहता है। आपको कमिटमेंट से अपनी जॉब करनी चाहिए। ये परिवार का दुख सुख घर पे छोड़ के आना चाहिए। तो एक बच्चा बैठा था ऐसा प्रवीण मेहरा जैसा शरारती, उसने कहा सर आप क्या बात करते हैं, सीता का कोई सेक्रीफाइस नहीं था, सीता बड़ी चालाक थी। तो उसकी माँ ने उसको डांटा, बिठा दे पाप चढ़ेगा। मैंने कहा कोई पाप नहीं चढ़ेगा, इसकी आंखों में शरारत है। अगर एक शरारत से, वो 2 घूंट की बात करने से अगर 2,00,000-2,000 बंदे खुश हो जाते हैं, तो जैसे ब्रिजेश जी कह रहे थे, इससे अच्छी नीयत नहीं है। मेरी नीयत से अगर 2,000 आदमी खुश हो रहा है तो उस जोक से, तो मैंने कहा सीता मुकदमा करेगी तो मैं इस बच्चे की तरफ से करूंगा, आप चिंता मत करो, इसको सुनाने दो क्या कह रहा है, ये क्यों कह रहा है सीता चलाक। वो माइक पे, मैंने कहा माइक पे आजा बेटा, तो मैंने उसको माइक पे बुला लिया। प्रवीण जैसा शरारती बंदा था, मैंने आई टुक रिस्क, मैंने कहा आजा बेटा माइक पे बोलो सीता क्यों चलाक थी। कहता सर मैं कहता हूँ कि सीता चलाक थी क्योंकि सीता ने ये सोचा कि 3 सासों के साथ रहने से अच्छा तो जंगल में ही रह जाऊं। सो ये जो ये विट है ना, जो ब्रिजेश जी ने भी बात की, ये नियत, आपस में हंसते रहना, जिंदगी जिंदा दिली का नाम है। हमें वो नहीं टाइट होना कि तुम झूठ की बात क्यों कर रहे हो और सीता को ये क्यों बोला। ये जो मजाक लाइफ में एक जो ह्यूमर है, सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर, ये चलते रहना चाहिए टू कीप दी माहौल, उसको माहौल बनाए रखना बड़ा एक चैलेंज है।
बिल्कुल सही बात है अशोक जी। If you see the Maslow pyramid also, you will see there are several properties over there, one of which is playfulness.
Yes.
So self-actualized people are playful. They use humor to inspire several people and remove their blocks, which is stopping them from moving to the next step.
बिल्कुल,
it's a very important thing to utilize humor in the right way.
बहुत जरूरी है।
नहीं
प्रवीण जी, आप कुछ कह रहे हैं?
हाँ नहीं सर, एक्चुअली क्या है कि these are all very serious topics and issues are very precarious. लेकिन इनकी बात अगर इतनी ही हम सीरियसली करते रहेंगे तो eventually actually people in the room are the ones who are sharing our views. एक्चुअली हमने रीच आउट करना है उनको जो है नहीं कमरे में और जिनके लिए ये बातें हैं।
राइट,
चैलेंज ये है, तो आपस में हम कम से कम हंसी ठिठोली रखेंगे तो वी विल कीप आवरसेल्व्स मोटिवेटेड।
बहुत जरूरी है।
We will be bogged down by the pressure of the task itself. So that is why I think we should be a little pleasant and cheerful.
Very,
correct,
very
Praveen ji, very correct.
3 cheers.
Thank you, thank you.
थोड़ा सा इसको बस एडिट कर लेते हैं, एक प्रवीण जी एक्सटेंड कर लेते हैं, इनफैक्ट नॉट एडिट, कि एक जो आपने बात बोली कि 2 घूंट लगा और जो है मस्जिद को हिलता देख, एक तो इसका वो मीनिंग हो गया जो लिटरल मीनिंग है। एक इसका फिलोसफिकल मीनिंग ये देखिए कि सोल को भी स्पिरिट कहा जाता है, अल्कोहल को भी स्पिरिट कहा जाता है। कुछ तो ऐसा है कॉमन जो सोल में और स्पिरिट में आता है। तो इसको फिलोसफिकल तरीके से अगर आप देखें तो 2 घूंट अगर ईश्वर की एक तरह से शराब या मदिरा का लगा लिया जाए,
इबादत का,
एक बार आपने वो देख लिया, वो वाला स्वाद चख लिया जो ईश्वरीय शराब है, तो फिर आप ये मस्जिद के अंदर घुसने का औचित्य ही समाप्त हो जाता है। मतलब जो आपका वाय है वो अचीव हो गया क्योंकि आपने वो स्वाद चख लिया। ठीक है, तो मंदिर वगैरह सब हिले हुए नजर आते हैं, मतलब ये समझ में आ जाता है कि मंदिर, मस्जिद, गुरुद्वारा और ये सब चीजें, ये सब इल्यूजन है। इस इल्यूजन के पार जो जाना है, जो आत्मा तक पहुंचना है, जो स्थिर है वही स्थिर है, सत्य है, बाकी सब हिला हुआ है।
नाम तुम्हारी नानका जो चढ़ी रहे दिन रात, वो करना है ना।
बिल्कुल, बहुत बढ़िया बात करी आपने।
हाँ, तो ये अल्कोहल एक लाइट हार्टेड तरीके से बड़ा अच्छा एक्सप्रेशन दे देता है असली स्पिरिचुअलिटी को समझने का। इसलिए कई कॉन्टेक्स्ट में दोनों साथ लेके चलते हुए दिखाए जाते हैं। और कवि के रूप में भी, जैसे आपने कहा, जहां ना पहुंचे रवि वहां पहुंचे कवि, तो ये भी एक बिल्कुल सत्य की बात है कि लोगों के जीवन के अंधेरों को, ठीक है, रवि दूर करता है अपने प्रकाश के द्वारा, लेकिन बहुत हद तक अगर आप ध्यान से देखें तो सूक्ष्म तत्व पे जाके जो अंधेरे हैं लोगों के जीवन में, उसको कवि पूरा कर देता है अपनी कविता के माध्यम से।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
I just want to add one more thing, Guruji. One thing is that like अभी अशोक जी ने भी कहा कि हम मुद्दों के लिए, जिनके लिए हम स्टैंड करते हैं, कहीं हम एक दायरा बना लेते हैं कि मेरा मुद्दा ये है, and we are not moved by any other cause but the cause that we stand for. ये अच्छे लोग ऐसे साइलोज में बटे हुए हैं. That is why we are not able to synergize very open-heartedly.
Exactly, and this exactly is the reason, Praveen ji, कि Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is that platform which will break all the boundaries. Because if we create even if we are in a mission mode, working for a cause, we may go too far into that cause, too high in that cause, but that should not isolate us from every other cause that exists on the planet. So that's why a sarvadeshi approach is required. कि करो चाहे एक पे काम, लेकिन अकोमोडेट सबको करके चलो। और वो नहीं किया तो फिर वही होता है, अपनी ढपली अपना राग, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। तो ये फ्रेगमेंटेशन ह्यूमन बींग्स में आ जाती है, उसी को दूर करने के लिए ये प्रोजेक्ट युग परिवर्तन सिनर्जी प्लेटफॉर्म हेल्प करेगा। एंड नाउ दैट वी आर कमिंग क्लोज टू द एंड ऑफ द सेशन टुडे।
सर ये सबक सीखना हमने बुराई करने वालों से है कि बुराई करने वाले एकजुट हो जाते हैं।
बिल्कुल, ये कलयुग की ये एक तरह से पहचान है कि अच्छे लोगों को जोड़ना बहुत मुश्किल काम है, बुरे लोगों को जोड़ना बिल्कुल पीस ऑफ केक हो जाता है। तो अब वो समय आ गया है कि परित्राणाय साधुनाम विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम किया जाए, और उसके लिए फर्स्ट फोकस जो है परित्राणाय साधुनाम पे ही किया जाए। लेट अस नॉट बिगिन विद द डिस्ट्रक्शन, एंड दैट्स व्हाई इवन द श्लोक ऑफ भगवद गीता डजंट से दैट विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम परित्राणाय साधुनाम, इट सेज परित्राणाय साधुनाम, देन रेसिड्यूअल के ऊपर अप्लाई करना है विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम। हम क्या करते हैं कलयुग में, हम शुरुआत ही विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम से करते हैं। तो बस वो सीक्वेंस अगर हम ठीक कर दें, और जैसे लोग कहते हैं कि पॉजिटिविटी एंड नेगेटिविटी बोथ आर रिक्वायर्ड and you cannot eliminate that altogether, because the balance of the ecosystem is due to positive negative coming together and neutralizing. Entire universe is neutralized, it is neutral, right? However, there is a catch here, that positivity and negativity must exist in equal proportion, but the control should be in the hands of positivity. So that way the negativity will remain under control. Second thing is, we have heard about ego. Ego is the negative part within us. Now we cannot eliminate ego altogether. There is a use of ego. Ego is very useful. How it is useful? The statement is, ego is a bad master but a very good slave. So if the ego is kept under the slavery within us, then it can act as a very good worker within us, right? Because if you see from the Atma, you cannot do anything. वहां से तो सिर्फ दृष्टा भाव चलता है. In order to do something, in order to make a change, you require ego to execute that action. Because we have only four qualities within us: ego, emotions, intellect, and soul. जिसको हम तमोगुण, रजोगुण, सत्वगुण एंड निर्गुण भी कहते हैं रिस्पेक्टिवली. तो उसमें सबका अपना अपना काम बटा हुआ है. निर्गुण का काम है एनविजनिंग, राइट? सत्वगुण का काम है रीजनिंग एंड डिसीजन मेकिंग. रजोगुण का काम है प्रोसेसिंग, और तमोगुण का काम है एग्जीक्यूटिंग. सो विदाउट द ईगो, अंडर द स्लेव सिचुएशन, वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू एग्जीक्यूट एनीथिंग. तो वहां से अगर देखें तो कलयुग में उल्टा हो रखा है कि ईगो की विजन के ऊपर दुनिया चल रही है, जबकि उसका काम सिर्फ एग्जीक्यूट करना था. तो इसको अपसाइड डाउन को सीधा करने का एक ही मार्ग है कि as many people as possible we should bring them to self-actualized state, especially for the leaders. For all others it can be nice to have, but if we really want to lead our life, then we must be self-actualized. Any consciousness below self-actualization is underperformance and is creating defect, whether we accept it or not accept it. तो इस बार जो धर्म युद्ध है वो दो एक तरह से पिछले युग परिवर्तनों की तरह वो अयोध्या वर्सेस श्रीलंका वॉर नहीं है, ना ही वो जो है इंद्रप्रस्थ वर्सेस हस्तिनापुर वॉर है. इस बार तो ये व्यक्ति वर्सेस व्यक्ति, अपने ही अंदर वॉर है, अपनी ही इंटेलिजेंस का, रैशनैलिटी का, स्पिरिचुअलिटी का वॉर है, अपनी ही ईगो से, अपनी ही इग्नोरेंस से. तो इस युद्ध को हम सबको लड़ना है, और हर युग में लोगों को अपना युद्ध भी खुद ही लड़ना पड़ता है. और जैसे अरविंद जी कई बार बोलते भी हैं, ये एक ऐसा महायुद्ध है जिसके आप ही अर्जुन हैं और आप ही कृष्ण हैं. कृष्ण तो आप बाहर से ढूंढ के ला सकते हैं एक मेंटर के रूप में, एक गाइड के रूप में, लेकिन अर्जुन तो आपको खुद ही बनना पड़ेगा. तो इसी आशा के साथ कि हम सभी लोग अर्जुन बने अपने अपने युद्ध के, और कृष्ण को ढूंढें, उनके साथ मिलके चलें और इस युद्ध को लड़ें. मैं एक बार बिफोर वी एंड टुडे, लेट मी गो टू प्राची जी. She has raised hand. She wants to add something. Sorry, we could not give like dais to Prachi ji for adding her points. Yes, Prachi, please go ahead.
No, thank you so much. These all are intellectual people. So what can I say, sir? But I must say, start from yourself. Like हमारे सभी संतों ने एक ही बोला है, तू चाहे तुझा जीवनाचा शिल्पकार. अहम वो छोड़ना है हमें, और स्टार्ट फ्रॉम योरसेल्फ. और सर्वधर्म समभाव जो हमारी वैल्यू एडिशन दिया था एजुकेशन जब हम छोटे थे, तो मुझे वही याद आ रहा है कि वो कितना इम्पोर्टेंट था. तो जब से childhood में you have to start from your childhood and start from yourself. Success is yours. You can change, you can transform this world. That is my simple message. And thank you so much, all lovely speakers. And I'm really grateful I got this platform. God bless you all. Yes.
Thanks, Prachiji. And tomorrow, please do come and attend the session tomorrow. Today, we have covered all the 17 goals now. Tomorrow, we will be talking
Yes.
about how to implement that through Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform and what is in it for you, how you can play your role and actualize the soul that you carry in this human body into useful performance for the world. And day after tomorrow, we will be having the candid conversations of all people, panelists and speakers to me and my advisor, which is advisor to Chief Mentor from Australia, Sydney, Payal Kakria. So we both will be responding to all the questions right from the Samadhi state and give the reflection from our soul to bring this in a multiplier, exponential and ripple effect format. So please do
Yes.
attend.
Thank you so much.
Days.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So with this, I would like to go to my colleague, Mr. Arvind Tiwari ji, to share the formal vote of thanks for the wonderful speakers of the day today. Yes, Arvind ji.
Here I'll deviate in my vote of thanks. First of all, as we have told and talked about that people form a gang. We are telling now the people that we are also a gang of good people. Why not? If not now, then when? So we, the people of good people, are starting a new journey with the culmination of 17 UNSDG goal by adding the 18th goal, that is self-actualization of all the leaders. That will definitely afford a new way, new horizon for making the gang of good people. So with this, I start my vote of thanks for this wonderful day, 22 of 24. And here, it was such a wonderful day to start Hitesh Chandel ji, that honorable guest speakers, dearest team members, and our most valued participants and partners. A pleasant afternoon to this wonderful gathering. I, Arvind Tiwari, an integral member of Project YugParivartan Center team, feel really privileged to propose a vote of thanks to such a wonderful souls. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not for the words, but to live by them. Persons on the path of self-actualization are the ones who always walk the path. We thank the Lord Almighty who has designed and refreshed our souls with a sweet stream of blessings by inspiring us to work on Project YugParivartan, without which imagining and working on such a grand mission would be unthinkable for us. We express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel to organize such a wonderful event on this virtual platform as part of Project YugParivartan. His incredible leadership, timely and proper advice, and the empowerment for decision making provided us with the opportunity to conduct this summit. We have been fortunate enough to have eminent persons from different regions to share their views on the Goal 17, Partnerships for the Goals of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are sure that participants also must have benefited by attending the 22nd day of this 24-day Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. The day was started by Prachi Sorte Jagtap. Really, it was a wonderful start of the day by a wonderful lady. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation towards her, whose enthusiasm for partnerships for the goal is highly infectious. We love to partner with you, Prachi ji, for sure. Let us walk the talk and lead by example by partnering through the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. Please do join tomorrow and be part of this team. Thank you. We are grateful to our own Mr. Pradeep Malhotra ji, He is the first ever SLDP graduate on this planet Earth. A big applause, whose joyous expression in every interaction is always heart-touching and inspiring. He has very well elaborated on how to better utilize available resources and make the planet abundant again. Thanks, Pradeep ji. Your guidance is extremely helpful for the entire team, and your association with us is always valued. It is also, I would also like to express our sincere thanks to Mr. Bharat Bhushan Tiwari and Mr. Brijesh Mathur. Mr. Bharat Bhushan Tiwari could not be here present for the whole presentation because of his medical emergencies. Our most responsible citizen, Mr. Hitesh, for being a continuous support through various forums. We sincere thanks to you, Mr. Brijesh Mathur. Mr. Brijesh has rightly given us a clarion call for waking up, shaking up, and setting ourselves up to our ultimate mission of saving the only planet that we have for our survival. Thanks, Brijesh ji, and thanks to Bharat Bhushan ji. Now, I'm finding a very little words for Mr. Ashok Arora. Such a wonderful person and such an inspiring person with the power of his words. He has penetrated directly to the soul of each and every individual, and definitely will do same when it reaches to the masses through the YouTube video. And it was extremely comforting to the heart. We are really, really humbled to see an eminent person being so down to earth and humble. Thanks, Ashok ji, for your such a gracious presence today. We would love to hear more from you in future, and sincerely wish to see you as part of our Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. And we see you as our integral part of this platform. Hearty gratitude to all speakers who generously accepted our invitation, spared their precious time from busy schedules, and shared their valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you, dear souls. I hope all participants today would have gained a lot of insights into the subject of peace, justice, and strong institutions. With this, the mic is being handed over to our chief mentor, Hitesh Chandel, to inform the audience about the agenda of tomorrow's sessions and then formally close today's session. Thanks to one and all.
Thanks, Arvindji, for wonderful vote of thanks. Now, time has come after these 22 days of great deliberations and several sessions by the eminent speakers of ASEAN Global Summit 2021, which is kind of a Mahakumbh, which is setting it up towards creating a ripple through the YouTube videos, although the participation could be limited in the Zoom webinar, because we have done this on several weekdays. Several people have requested us to do this either on weekends or late in the night so that all of them can attend. But we have a backup plan. It is streamed live on YouTube every day. So several people are viewing it on YouTube. And after compilation, we will separate all these sessions into individual session videos as well. The idea here is that this Mahakumbh should result into a mass awakening of souls to actualize their potential into performance. And today, we are now coming very close to completion of this 24 days and 4 calendar months event, with 2 very special days coming our way tomorrow and day after. So I'll just quickly share what we have in store for tomorrow and day after. Just see it on the screen. I'm sharing it. Okay. So tomorrow we will be covering Again, we will have 11 to 3 session wherein we will launch 17+1 synergy forums as part of overall Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. We will show the highest level, macro level vision, and then a one-step drill down to the micro level conversion. Ultimately, step by step, we will take it to that micro level wherein everyone will be able to understand what is the next action from them which can contribute to the Project YugParivartan. So we'll start tomorrow again with the synergy meditation, followed by a session by our chief guest of tomorrow, Dr. Ashok Jain, who is an ex-IFS and ex-Niti Aayog professional. From 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., we will launch these 18 platforms by explaining in detail what exactly is Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform and what is in it for you and how you can contribute to make that happen, right? Then day after tomorrow, of course, this will be followed by Q&A on the same day, but dedicatedly, we have kept very big time, 3.5 hours of marathon question and answers in a very candid format, directly pointed to me and my advisor, Ms. Payal Kakria from Sydney, Australia. Both of us would try to respond to all your questions related to spirituality, self-actualization, the entire creation of the cosmos, how it works within us, how consciousness works within us, any question related to code of citizens conduct, anything that comes to your mind, which is non-technical, you can ask in this forum. It is a highly philosophical platform in which all questions related to philosophy would be addressed directly. So don't miss out on these 2 days. They are highly valuable and your contribution will definitely become historic. We all are becoming part of history in the making. And let me also tell you, the current YugParivartan project is the highest that the humanity has ever seen in this complete Chaturyugi cycle. The YugParivartan during the times of Ramayana was done through the Karma Yoga. The YugParivartan during the times of Mahabharata was done through Bhakti Yoga. And the current YugParivartan that we are going to do now is through Gyan Yoga. Gyan is the final culmination wherein each soul has to reach one day. Spirituality is all about Atma Gyan, knowing the self, knowing the supreme self, and knowing that they are not separated, they are one and the same thing. What is separating us, what is separating the soul from the supreme soul is Maya, is the nature, is the material world. As soon as we shed the illusion created by this Maya, we see that and we witness that state of consciousness, which we call as Soham, Tattvamasi, non-duality, Advait, ये सब एक ही है. आत्मा और परमात्मा का जहाँ पे मिलन होता है, जैसे ही माया छटती है, निरुद्ध चित अवस्था में, we are able to witness that. So time has come for that mass awakening. Feel privileged, right? Unless we feel privileged that we all are becoming part of such a divine show, we are becoming nimit of it, we are becoming medium of it, to transition that wisdom coming directly from the Almighty and going to all other people who are almighty in themselves, but they don't know it. The only difference between self-realized and non-self-realized people is that self-realized people know that they are God, but non-self-realized people don't know that. But that doesn't change the equation. Even if they don't know it, they are indeed gods. So we all must realize that. And as I said in the chat, through the chat box also, we are all in a game. And it's a very beautiful game. We are all acting in this game, playing in this game. The rule is simple. The rule of winning is very simple, that unless everyone wins, no one wins. If we realize this principle, then the entire focus of a human being will go towards making others win. And when every person on this planet focuses on making others win, then definitely everyone will definitely win. So this is how we will do the YugParivartan. We'll show the details, the organization structure, the roles, the hierarchies, everything tomorrow which will be very empowering, will be streamed live on YouTube, of course, and going to several people on this planet. Namaskar for now. Looking forward to see you all at 11 a.m. sharp. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.